a second, because it takes a moment, and then we should be live. It's been 3 whole weeks. 4.
It's been a while. Hello, stream.
Hola.
Zangetsu apparently had a good time at Las Vegas. Alright. Getting the alerts ready. Or notifications, excuse me. So, oh, I didn't even ask before we went live, but I think the hottest customers in town was probably a good name for this stream, since that's pretty much all we know is going to happen this stream.
We know what's going to happen this stream? I don't remember what was going on.
We ended it with a couple of fire creatures setting fire to the bar.
Yep, there's some fire elementals in the bar, and Torque is about to pounce on the Tabaxi bard on the stage.
Hale is trying to diffuse the situation with limited
And
results.
Kale was the one that witnessed the fire elementals, yeah.
Yeah. Which is now, like, I'm trying to figure out a way I could do, like, a laser pointer, like, you know, with cats. And just, like, point it at one of the fire elements.
That way.
I think you can prestidigitate one.
I don't have prestidigitation. I'm a cleric.
True.
I have it.
Alright, and then if people can double check the volume on stream, that would be great.
Gotta look at my stuff. I don't remember what I have. Since I haven't played this character yet, really. Let's see.
Okay, that should be good. Copy. And then posted in announcements. All right, everyone, do all the shilling.
Oh yeah, forgot that's a thing. I've forgotten everything. I'm basically dead at this point.
It's okay.
I need sleep so bad.
Tori seems a bit low on stream.
Dory needs to be...
Oh, I was talking kind of low. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, even with you talking low, it's kind of low.
Why did I keep that up? Oops. Okay. How do I fix that? There we go. That's how I fix it.
All the volumes all good over here.
Yeah, you seem fine on stream end.
Alright. Just Tori? How much more? Do you think a large amount more or just a small amount?
I think 5% or so might be good.
Okay, I already did that. Tori, can you speak?
Hello. I am looking over things I can do.
Okay.
And also, I just tweeted out the wrong tweet. Or whatever, I'm not changing it. I'm not changing it.
What tweet did you tweet?
at everyone. Well, I did the one with at everyone, so I just at everyone on Twitter.
Don't change it.
Not
if you
changing it.
If you want context to that, you gotta go join the stream or watch the video.
All right, could we get Nug and Merrick to say something for stream?
Absolutely can.
I gotta turn Merrick up for
No.
myself.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know what else to say.
Okay, yeah, you're both good on stream.
Cool.
I went ahead and bumped you guys up loud enough that it would be normally loud for me, but I lowered my volume for my headset.
Do any of you know about the Party Time Wizard on D&D Beyond?
Yes,
He's
No.
so cool.
I have him on.
If you go under where your like name is on the top right corner and just go right down on the gray block, your cursor will change to a finger. Click it, and there's an invisible wizard that activates Party Time, and every text on the gray bar will start flashing rainbow colors, and then every picture or whatever associated with those like tabs will also flash rainbow.
Okay, I can't do flashing lights, so good to know.
Turns it into RGB essentially.
I just showed everyone on stream. It's a good thing that the Game Time has a built-in browser viewer, because that's literally what I'm using to view that. Alright.
I got a notification that D&D Beyond's merging with Wizards of the Coast.
Yep.
Yeah, they bought them a little while ago. Should be happening
Yeah.
here in the next couple of days.
And then
It's a good thing.
next week they're also delisting Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes and Volos in anticipation of Mordenkainer's Masters of the Universe or whatever the hell it is.
Huh.
Really?
Is it
Yeah,
the same book,
I
just
saw
better?
the post about that. Yeah, I mean, basically, it's got all the updated stat blocks and character information, but it's not going to have the lore in it. So that's what people are really concerned about, like losing out on the info on like the Blood War.
I should probably buy those then.
That's not cool.
No, I don't like them X-naying their own lore like that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
also
it's super
don't
strange.
like all the changes either. Some of the classes got weak with no counter to like making them weaker, and then some got stronger with no equalization. It's like, I know they're going for simplicity of play, but a lot of their updates seem kind of unbalanced and like in terms of what they're getting taken away or what they're adding.
Nope, not the lobby. Today I posted in the tavern. I wound up having an idea for a new character recently, who's a warlock maid whose patron was her own the lord she serves. Except, like, they lost all he lost all his money, so they're traveling around. I think that's everything on Discord. Excuse me.
I was in the middle of a cutscene in Rune Factory, so I haven't gotten to shill mine yet, but I'll be good to go whenever.
I have not had the best brain this week, so I have not done the things we talked about. Anything about the moving to YouTube or split streaming and stuff like that, but I've been trying to do something at least. My brain decided to shut off for a second. Speaking of my brain being stupid recently, there it is. Okay. And then I get the hashtag. Alright, I am done for now. Did Zangetsu just get brighter, or was that just me?
I think he got brighter.
I did.
Shining like a star.
Bigger TV screen, so it gets bright sometimes.
I'm good to go whenever everyone else is. But it's not 7:15 yet, is it? Nope.
No, not yet.
5 minutes.
We got a few minutes.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna take a few bites of my my wrap. Chicken Caesar. This is better than the chicken Caesar I had yesterday. That's not to say that it was bad yesterday, it's just they didn't put a lot of Caesar on it. Oh, by the way, Scott, I saw you doing stuff with Roll20 earlier before you logged on to Discord.
Nothing you shouldn't have seen, anyways.
I mean, I only saw the corner of whatever map you showed, but... I was in the middle of talking to Tori, and I just immediately was like, wait, what? Because I wasn't expecting it.
You've ruined all the plans. We can't play. Cancel the game. It's done.
Alrighty, next character.
Well, I'm going to play about my Battle Maid.
It's okay. The corner you saw just happens to be where he's going to kill Shioran.
God, I hope not.
I will kill all of you. Again. Still gotta do torque.
So, because my monitor is a smart TV, sometimes it needs updated software. It currently just shifted everything onto my farm monitor, so I might need a moment for it to update.
Cool, just let us know when you're ready. Just give me more time to eat some more of my Caesar. I have a fork over here, and I'm tempted to stab it into my my Caesar salad and say "Et tu, Brutus." Wrap. Not salad. So on one of the servers on Discord, it automatically posts the when you're live, and I just looked at it, and it has caught Zangetsu reaching up for something like that, just like.
So a good pose then.
Mm-hmm.
Posing for the camera. Oh shit.
I'm staring up. Scott is staring down, and it looks like you're falling asleep, Tori.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm so tired.
Tori's a tired person.
Yeah, I'm more tired than usual.
So many cuties? Yeah, they are all cute. Hi, Panic Lizard. How are you?
Hello, Panic Lizard. That's a cool name. I like it.
It's appropriate.
We're just waiting.
Spoiler alert.
Oh yeah, it's Torque.
Panic Lizard. Torque doesn't seem like the panic type, though.
You never know.
Snack break. Cool. We are currently waiting for Zangetsu's monitor to finish updating, so because it decided to do that on its own.
I love poorly timed scheduled updates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My work
always
computer
happens.
loves to do that right in the middle of work. Like, oh hey, this restart's gonna happen in 2 hours. You can't stop it. Have fun.
You just go into the section to the settings and set it for a
It's a
certain
work
times.
computer. I can't. I don't has the rights.
Well, you I don't know. Tell IT to do it. But Nug Davis, thank you for the 9 months. We got that sub baby going.
Oh, I forgot to sub.
Oh yeah, it's Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die.
Sorry.
I already knew I was gonna die.
He already said he's gonna kill all of us. I mean, you know.
Yeah. There's no surprises in this stream. We're all dead.
Yes.
I forgot I had strawberry tea. How much you got left, Zangetsu? Or does it even have a timer? Muted.
You're muted. You're still muted.
You can't see.
Yeah,
There you go.
for whatever reason, the push talk on my mouse didn't work. So it just finished. I just finished moving everything over. I'll start posting my link about to the servers, and we can get started in the meantime.
All right.
All right. Let me just go ahead and set this up. That, and then that, and then that. And you're good to go.
All right. So where we left you off initially, last session, you guys had a interesting interaction with what you have now come to they surmise as one of the daughters of Sora Kel, which is a very powerful entity, a hag of some kind, that resides in Droam, and for whatever reason has taken interest in a few of you, the ones that had died a number of sessions ago and have been brought back as these kind of semi-undead hollow ones. She seemed there to be checking up on the progress and also to help you along your journey, giving you items and suggestions and to move you forward in a seemingly helpful way, but obviously most of you distrusted. Seemed to have an interesting interaction with Torque, but once given her gifts, went on her own way. You guys collected your things and teleported to a place with Merrick, to his home, essentially, is a volcano in the Demon Wastes. He didn't specify exactly where, and he had you all blindfolded when you entered. When you got in there, he spoke with someone there, and after you all swore kind of a magical pact to never speak of what you saw there with anyone else outside the group, you guys were allowed to take off your blindfold. What you saw was a radiant man, tall, long hair, piercing, flaming, glowing eyes, and had a very intimidating but not scary demeanor to him. He talked to you guys about a number of things, about a number of questions you guys had, talked to you about the dragon prophecy, and the Draconic prophecy, and your guys' place in it, and that it is ever changing, and there are multiple interpretations of it, and that is kind of what you're facing, is all of these other entities that reside out in the world that have been paying attention to this prophecy that resides in the signs of the world, and have been predicting the future based off of that, and based on certain events that might happen. You guys went and after talking with him, he said that if you guys wanted to know more about your place in this, then you needed to go somewhere where you could study it. And he suggested the town of Arconix in Almdare, quite a bit north of where you guys originally were, down the very south coast of Corvair. He provided a teleportation conduit, essentially, to this place. When you stepped through, he also gave you a number of gifts as well to kind of help you on your journey. Some magical items that were intended to help you all with moving forward. When you guys entered the teleportation kind of mirror that he had, you all appeared in a room of some sorts in the middle of what you found out was a proctored test for a individual, a very elderly halfling that was seemingly there testing to try to become a member of the arcane school that resides there in Arconix. And she played it off as it was completely intentional that she summoned all of you there. And you all played along. The proctor seemed to be convinced of it, and said that she would heavily consider Ada's application. You all also gave her, and this was Peronel Irtarnik, a letter that was intended for Raoul Irtarnik, who's the mayor of Arconix, and give it to you by Vermilion to kind of get your foot in the door, essentially. But then you guys followed Ada down to the small farming village of Arconix, viewing seemed a pretty simple farming village until you saw the wonders of this area. Magic was a very commonplace thing here. People flying around on broomsticks, magic happening on the street side with all commonality. Followed her to a tavern there by the name of the Quill, and you guys got some interesting drinks, saw some interesting patrons, and were just sitting around kind of getting to know your new ally. When suddenly there was a disturbance, there was a crash, there was a cry, and a large flame elemental creature rose up out of seemingly nowhere, well, accompanied by a number of other flashes, and you are now surrounded in this building by about 5 of these creatures, and currently the patrons of the Quill are all going insane, as this is very unexpected, and most of them realize that this is a danger and they need to get the hell out of here. So most of the people are running for the exit or trying to get away from them, but that's where we're at. So I will bring us to the battle map, and then you all can roll some initiative.
All right. Quick question. Brian and I both kind of forgot we had inspiration from you the last session. How long does that last?
Until you use it.
Okay, cool. Not bad.
All right. So when ready, Galen, if you give me your initiative, please.
Oh, I should probably move the map, huh?
Eep. Mine was not good.
That'll be 14. Sorry.
But on brand.
Shioran.
13.
Merrick.
One moment, I'm going back to my initiative page. It is gonna be dirty 20.
Ada.
7.
And Torkrana.
Oh.
Sorry, you're muted right as you were saying it.
14.
14, I'm seeing you say
Yeah,
it, but
14.
there you go.
Yeah,
Now
there
you're
you
good.
go.
My settings are all fucked up, so
Ow.
I'm gonna work on that real quick.
No worries. Torque and Kale, who's got the higher initiative?
Ow.
What about you, Kale?
Why? It's likely me. I'm +5.
All right, well, then we will start. So this one, this fire elemental over here that is kind of risen out of the ground, and you see bits of the wood starting to, the varnish start to peel away from the heat of it. You can feel it from all of it. Also, the temperature in this area is risen quite sharply, and this thing moves over to this table and just begins grabbing the chairs as they start on fire and kind of pulling them to the ground, and people are rushing away from the table, away from it. It doesn't seem to be at the moment attacking anybody in particular. It just seems to kind of be moving forward, engulfing the table, which then starts on fire. And it's not going to do anything at the moment. Your resident fireman, Merrick, what are you doing?
Let's see here. What are the fire elementals doing right now? They just starting everything on fire?
I mean, so far only one is moved, but they're all just kind of like they just got finished kind of forming their semi-corporeal bodies.
All right. I will just Eldritch Blast the closest one to me.
Number 3.
Uh, 28 to hit.
Definitely.
We have 2 at this level, right?
You're level 9 right now, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. 2.
Second one is going to be a 17.
Both hit.
14 points of force damage.
So you whip around to the one closest to you. It's kind of at the corner of the bar. You raise your hand up and shoot two big red blasts of energy at the creature. Kind of strikes it in the chest. You see these holes kind of appear and it quickly close up with more fire. Do damage. Anything else, Merrick?
I will quicken spell and do a second Eldritch Blast.
Same target?
Yes.
Okay.
16.
That hits.
And then 24.
Yep.
I hear a dice tower.
It's a fun one. That's going to be 16 points of damage.
So yeah, you quickly realize that it did take the full damage, so you set off another one, kind of meta-magicking as this spell comes off quickly after the other one. Your hands up, 2 blasts, and then quickly another two blasts. It definitely looks a little bit more kind of shrink down a little bit, and it definitely, you see its quote-unquote face kind of turn towards you. Anything else?
I'm gonna like make a serious face as it, and then my hair is gonna wreath as if it was a fire elemental, and then that's my turn.
All right. Well, it is now the one that you just attacked. It is its turn.
Fire against fire?
Let's do this.
So the question is, which one of you is Ace? One Piece fans will get
I'm definitely not gonna be a donut.
it.
So it moves at you a lot quicker than the other one. The other one was kind of just meandering towards the center of the room. This one now seemingly targeting you. Merrick quickly kind of rushes forward, leaving a trail of flame and blackened wood behind it on the floor, and quickly engulfs you in the flame, and even your heat resistance isn't enough to fully protect you from the immense heat from this creature. And you take 2 points of fire damage, reduced to 1, and you are now literally on fire.
That's fine.
And then it is going to attempt to attack you twice. 14.
Does not hit.
Dirty 20.
Does hit.
And that'll be 8 points of fire damage.
Does that already happen?
No.
Alright, so 4.
So it goes to kind of swing. You're able to, like, gotta dodge out of the way, kind of still dealing with, like, your clothes are literally started on fire at this point. And you dodge one, but the other one smacks you across, doing kind of a nice burn across your face. It's that one. That one, seeing the other one fighting, kind of rushes in to assist its ally, essentially, and is going to trail itself and is going to engulf you, Shiorn, as you feel as it gets closer, your hair kind of like starts to frizz up real quickly as all of the moisture around you quickly burns away, and it engulfs you, starting you on fire. It's a very uncomfortable feeling for a water form creature such as yourself. And you take 7 points of fire damage and are now on fire.
Okay. 7.
It tries to attack you with a 9. Guessing misses.
Misses. Okay.
And a dirty 20.
Well, dirty 20. Hold on. I'm checking this ability I have.
Go for it.
Whenever a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is about to make an attack roll, a saving throw or an ability check. You can use your reaction to roll a d6 and subtract the number rolled. I'm going to use my wheel, or my Cosmic Omen, which I rolled an odd. So that's
Okay.
A woe, which will detract the attack.
Okay.
That takes 5 from it, so it misses.
So 15, yep. So it goes to attack. You're able to kind of swing your trident up for the first one, kind of busting through its arm. Its hand kind of dissipates, but then quickly reforms, comes in with another slam with its other hand. And as it's about to strike you, you tap into that energy that you're able to kind of control, that fate, and the arm kind of swings wide suddenly and misses you.
There's a flash of stars in her eyes, and she just ducks a bit.
This one, not completely interested in the lot of you at the moment, moves into this room and engulfs this table, and you actually hear some patrons that were stuck in that room since it appeared right outside. They're kind of pressing themselves against the walls and the corners, kind of screaming in fear as it moves into the room, engulfing the table, which now most of the room is starting on fire. This tavern is quickly catching fire. Kaylin, your turn.
Okay, so if I hear the people screaming, that is concern, but also Shorin's on fire, which is another concern. So I'm going to attack. I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
All right, where would you like it?
I would like it directly behind. Hold on, let me see here. The zoom got screwed up on my browser window here. Is Shorin? Okay. So it's going to go directly behind or next to the one that's attacking Shorin currently. And yeah, I'm going to have it take the shape of a swordfish and just go like maybe
Okay.
Fitting.
I like that.
Fitting that you use a swordfish to help me out.
Eat itself.
Yeah, basically. And let's see here. So roll to attack. One second here. That's a natural 20.
There you go.
Nice.
Just for everyone's sake, I casted this at second level. So okay. Damage.
I think that is his base level, isn't it?
Yeah, it's his base level. You can cast it at a higher level. I just wanted to try to cast it at base. So damage. Hey, so that's 12 plus 3 is 15 damage.
Nice. So yeah, you cast a spell, and this this kind of swordfish appears out of nowhere and rushes in towards the fire elemental and strikes it in the center. Kind of whips to the side, cutting a piece of it off as some of the flame kind of sputters out of it. Anything else?
Since I have my action, so as soon as the swordfish kind of cuts away, you're gonna see Kale's gonna go right behind it with his actual sword and slice at it too.
All right.
And let me roll to attack. That is a miss. That was a 12.
That does just miss.
Okay.
It's a little bit tough because the heat from it kind of burns your eyes a little bit as you're trying to get close to it, and you go to hit, and it's just kind of a wide shot.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I've got.
Right. Torkrana.
Okay. Torque will go ahead and run towards that room where the people are currently screaming from.
Oh, so you're unaggroed on the cat?
Yeah, people screaming decided to unaggro him.
Makes
Alright.
sense.
Come up and a little hard to tell, but guess it's facing away from you.
Alright, so inside of this room, what kind of patronage am I seeing amongst the flames?
So you see a kind of a group of 3 that are pushed into the corner. I'll ping it here. In that top left corner of that room, and there is a woman holding a young child, kind of pressed against the corner, and then there's an older man that's kind of in front of them, has his hands up, kind of facing off. He's got his eyes squinting at the heat of the flames as his fire creature's kind of bearing down on them.
Okay, in getting there, I used 30 feet of movement.
5, 15, 20 feet.
Okay. Torque will go ahead and spit on this elemental because fire doesn't like water. And then, would you say it's a free action to spit on him?
Yeah.
No, it's your
Okay.
full action. and
Full
bonus
action to.
After that, he will.
Turk's gonna bite this thing and undo all of the fucking healing that
All of the
Sharon did.
healing.
That's okay. I only did one.
No,
I can cast like 6 of them.
No, Torque will do that, and then he'll clutch at the hat that he's got, on his head right now that has a few bird feathers and some teeth hanging from one of the strands. And he'll just
Have a
go
hat?
ahead and say, yeah, he made a hat.
Sorry, that just like totally changed my perception of what Torque looks like. Sorry.
Well,
Okay.
it's less of a hat, more of a headband at this point. He's still making it.
Oh, you were crocheting it. Yeah, I remember now. Okay.
Yeah, he was. And he'll go ahead and say, "Iken mine kanesk," and just burst of light around him, casting Word of Radiance. That is
Alright.
a Constitution save on this element.
If only Kill could see that.
18.
You're muted.
Yeah, you muted just as.
Yeah, I know. It. My finger slipped. It saves.
Is it a save or suck?
It is indeed a save or suck, but it's a nice flash of light behind it, and I spit on it. So then I'm gonna take a step back.
All right. It doesn't immediately take the opportunity attack away from you, but it does. You see the kind of the shifting as this light kind of flashes. You hear a scream from the little girl that's in the room, and the man kind of averts his eyes as the flash happens, but the elemental does stop, and then slowly its form slowly kind of turns back towards you. It's not moving towards you or attacking you, but it does seem to be paying attention to you now.
I'll just go ahead and, claw towards me.
All right. Anything else for your turn?
Nope, I'm good.
Shioran, you take.
Yay. Damage.
Sorry, that was the wrong one. Oof. 10 points of fire damage. You are on fire. So now
Ouch.
it's your turn.
All right. I am going to cast Freedom of the Waves.
All right. You have to
It
remind me
is-
what that does.
Yeah, 15-foot radius, 10-foot tall cylinder. So that would be about there. Wait, no, 15-foot radius, so it'd be 30. 30.
No, radius is from the point to you, so yeah.
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 And then, actually, it would be easier to do it this way.
Essentially, you're hitting three and one.
Nope, that's not what I wanted. Come on, highlight the thing. Why are you not swapping to circle? Draw the... I don't know why, but it decided it's refusing to,
Yeah.
There we go.
What are you trying to do?
Trying to get the circle widget. It just refused to activate. I finally got
Does
it,
it
though.
stick? Does it stick around?
Hmm?
Does it stick around?
It's instantaneous, but I need to figure out where the radius is, or the effect is going to happen. So it'll be like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Alright, can I do that? Just move that a little bit. Actually, it'd be just a bit larger, actually. I can make it snap, can't I? I can, hold on. Sorry. It's been a while since I've used these tools. There we go. Like that. It'd be that big. So, if I can move it one over, I think... Would that catch all three of them right there? Hold
It
on.
hasn't moved for me. So far,
Sorry.
it's only.
Had to let go.
second. Can you read Freedom of Ways for me?
I'm sorry?
Can you read Freedom of Ways for me?
Okay, so you conjure a deluge of seawater in a 15-foot radius, 10-foot tall cylinder centered on a point within range. The water takes the form of a tidal wave, a whirlpool, a water spout, or another form of your choice. Each creature in the area must succeed on a strength saving throw against your spell save DC or take 2d8 bludgeoning damage and fall prone. You can choose a number of creature equal to your spellcasting modifier, 3, and I have 3 of them in there, who are not me, to automatically succeed on the saving throw. If you are within the spell's area as a part of the action you use to cast this spell, you can vanish into the deluge and teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see within the spell's area.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would cover it. What form are you taking?
I'm sorry?
What form are you having the water
I'm
take?
thinking whirlpool.
All right. So they need to make what kind of saves?
DC... what is it? Strength saving throw against my spell save, which is 16.
11.
11 misses.
16.
And then they take... Gotta get back to it
And
again.
13.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said one was 11, one was...
16, and the other one was 13.
Okay, one of them saves.
All right, so yeah, that'll
It's-
be the one on you that saves.
Alright, 2d8 bludgeoning damage for the ones that save don't get the damage. It's just all or nothing.
All right.
There's a d8. There's a d8. That's 5 plus 6, 11 bludgeoning damage. And I am going to go ahead and teleport. I cannot seem to select my character, but I'm going to teleport to like the this area right here.
So as this large, just outburst of waters appears in the middle of this of the tavern and just kind of swirls about in this area, the one that you're on kind of rises up in the air slightly as it kind of swooshes past it. The other ones are caught off guard as the water kind of spreads outward from there, passing through them. And as the water hits it, big steam pillars encompass them and kind of blind the area for a little bit. And you see them almost kind of like they're writhing in pain. Merrick, what you guys hear is just like sizzling, crackling flame. Merrick, you specifically hear what sound almost like yells of pain.
Noted.
And but sorry, where did you appear to?
Right here, close to Torque. Also, you three don't take damage because you're the three that I
And yeah, the ones that are inside of it, including Ada, Merrick, and Kaylin, the water just seems to kind of gently pass by you, not really affecting you more than kind of wetting your the bottom area of your clothes.
This is when I'm glad I'm only half.
And luckily, I will say for this, because you are literally disappearing into a deluge of water, you come out no longer on fire, Shioran. And I'll even say at the moment, for Merrick's sake, the water has kind of doused him as well.
I did not plan a bonus action, so I have to make sure to decide on that.
The water quickly dissipates around the room and kind of spreads all over, carrying some minor elements along with it.
Yeah, did that seem to like do extra damage or anything to them?
It did to 2 and 3 when it hit them. The sizzling definitely seemed to hurt them.
All right.
A little extra.
Oh, I was looking for my bonus action. Yeah. All right. Now that I've gotten out of danger, I'm going to take on my the dragon starry form, just to make sure that if I take damage, I don't have to lose any concentration spells in the future.
You come out of the water, and
it's the hunter shark. Excuse me.
Yeah. As you're doing this, you're noticing as your hair is kind of like flipping around you as it's now wet. You can see that the ends of a lot of the bits of your hair have kind of turned to singed ends, and it's a little frustrating.
I spent years on this.
All right. Anything else, Shioran?
No, I'm just taking that starry form, the hunter shark form, and that's all I can do for this turn.
That one is going to go behind the bar, and as it goes, you see it kind of reach up its hand, and it starts to drag its hand along kind of the back wall where you see a bunch of glass bottles of liquor that have been stacked up there, and it slowly kind of like grabs it, and you see the glasses start to bubble and and some of the alcohol spills onto the ground, and then quickly starts on fire itself. Ada, your turn.
Okay. So I know that there's tables around us. But other than those, like, what kind of items are within 30 feet of me that I can see?
Tables, mugs, chairs, cutlery, plates, some tablecloths that aren't on fire at the moment.
They're really scattered after my spell.
Yeah, but there are still around you. Any particular reason?
Yeah. But I just need to know what there was. I'm not going to use any of those things. Okay, so I will, I'll take out my rapier, I'll throw it in the air, and I'll say, "Protect me!" And I'm going to animate it.
Okay.
So, my rapier is not animated. And I am going to use my bonus action to tell it to attack the fire thingy that Merrick is getting attacked by.
All right. So you throw up your rapier, cast your spell, and as it comes down like it's going to fall into the ground, all of a sudden stops, turns to you. You see the blade kind of bend like it's bowing to you, and then whips itself in kind of an on guard motion towards the fire elemental.
Okay, and then
I like to imagine the handles with bows.
yeah. I can also I use my bonus action to do that, but I'm also going, because I can do this at the same time. I am going to give inspiration to I'll do it for Shiorin.
Does that count in addition to the inspiration I had from DM?
This is separate.
Yeah, they're different.
Okay.
It's a D8. And then you'll just have to tell me what you're gonna use it for. Like, has special abilities whenever you use it.
Okay. Okay. That's gonna be interesting.
So that's the end of my turn, but now it's the sword's turn, so I'm going to roll for it.
Alright.
I already did that. Oh wait. Okay, where's my plus?
Is
Okay.
your sword count as magical?
No, it's just a normal rapier.
Okay. And okay.
Does it count as magical when you cast a spell?
I mean, oh, I don't know. Let me look.
Yeah. Sometimes
spell
that
you cast?
happens.
Well, I'm not allowed to use a magical item to animate. I know that.
Gotcha.
Let me look.
This is the creation.
Yeah. So I can animate one large or smaller non-magical item. I don't think it says it's magical. Let me make sure though.
They are animated by magic, though, so I would assume they'd count as magic as if you're hitting
I
the
mean,
spell.
The spell would specifically state.
I don't know.
I'm reading it myself right now.
I know that a lot of spells like that say it
I know
counts
you
as
can't
magical.
change its form. Yeah, I don't think it's magical.
But
It's just gonna do force damage.
that's the thing, is that it's doing force damage instead of its normal, so that bypasses
Yeah.
it anyways. So sorry.
Okay, there we go.
Cool.
So it's a 24 to hit.
Yeah, definitely it's.
Okay. Let me find a D10.
While you're rolling, I'm
that's
just wondering, did you say anything specific to inspire Shiorin?
Yeah, but give me a second. Okay, so that's 12 force damage.
All right.
And then
She's gonna call me Sharon again, isn't she?
no, I turn and I'm like, oh, Sharon, and then I do like a very realistic bird call that I can't replicate personally. And then you now have inspiration D8, and there's like a little thing floating around you that will do something special whenever you use it.
Does it look like something specific?
Let's see. I think it changes depending on what you do with it.
Because I know I've got
The creation bard is very convoluted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I know I've got a hunter shark floating around me now, or a constellation hunter shark. So adding another thing to float around me is kind of cool.
Okay, I will say.
Let's not forget about the swordfish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The creature can roll. Okay. No, I don't think it says what it looks like. Okay, it looks like a flower. What kind of flower? I don't know. Ooh,
pretty.
I don't know what that type of flower that I can't think of. Because I can't think of any flowers.
Periwinkle.
There we go. Yep. Periwinkle. Periwinkle, floating above your head.
So is that it for you and the sword?
Yes.
Alright. So after it is turned, the patrons of the bar are all scattering. A number of them kind of head out the door. Some of the ones that are trapped on the other side of this melee and the number 2 elemental, they get into kind of the back area down here, where you can see some red chairs and whatnot, kind of like a little lounge area, and they get back there essentially. Some of the patrons close the doors to the more private areas over to the left. The rotund barkeep that was behind the bar is now kind of backing away from the one that's kind of moved in behind the bar, as the liquid of the alcohol is continuing to kind of shatter and pop along the back and starting to create more fire. He's grabbing what he can and trying to kind of like splash some water on some of it, but it's not really doing much help. And a good portion of the bar begin to have moved out of the bar, running that way in that direction. The band up top is trying to help some people. You see a woman kind of trip over and almost gets trampled by a couple people, but you see the tabaxi kind of gets almost on top of her and holds off a couple of people, kind of pushing them off, and then quickly gets her up, and they are about halfway through. They get to between Kalen and number 2 as they're running towards the entrance, as like the tabaxi is trying to help the other person. And so the place is in a big chaos, and the fire that was started by where all of these individual elementals have touched is starting to spread more around, and quickly this place is catching fire really badly. Number 2 is going to move from there down to where it saw the people running, and it just kind of slowly is kind of moving in, as you hear screams and people yelling, and you hear things crashing. It's almost like these things are people are throwing stuff at it to try to deter it. But it doesn't seem to be attacking them per se, but it is starting more of the bar on fire. Merrick, you take 1 point of fire damage.
Ow.
You said he was doused.
He's on fire again because he's still inside of it.
Right. My bad. It's their turn. My bad.
Well, it's Merrick's, but he started his turn in it, so that's why he's back on fire, essentially.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
With the 15 passive perception, would Torque see the tabaxi, protecting the woman from being trampled?
Yep.
Okay, good enough.
I will step outside of this thing for a moment.
In which direction would you like to go?
We'll do diagonally back to the right of Ada, or Ada.
All right, so you're going to step backwards out of it. Your clothes are currently scorched at the moment, still on fire.
That's okay.
Doesn't hurt you, but your clothes are burning.
If I gotta be a naked man, I gotta be a naked man. Maybe my mage armor protects them.
Hot.
Ha 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 ha.
Aha. I'm going to hit this thing with a real heavy chromatic orb, cold damage.
All right.
Natural 20 for a 5th level chromatic orb.
Cheapest.
Well, if you're gonna get a natural 20 on something, that's probably what you wanted to get it on.
Well,
Oh, just for cinematic effect, my sword doesn't slice into the fire thingy, it just bonks it on the head.
Bonk.
Unfortunately, there was a few ones.
Go to horny jail.
57 points of cold damage.
57 points of cold damage. So you reach back your hand, and out of normal sense for Merrick, you see actual like ice appear in his hand that is letting off of this heavy kind of steam and mist, kind of counteracting between his own heat and the fire that is on him, and launches it forward, and this kind of orb of cold magic hits the creature and just immediately turns it to solid ice, and then it just shatters into pieces all over the place.
You see Shiran look at him like, "Hey, that's my thing," and then she just shrugs like, "Okay, this is important."
He just gives her a smile.
Anything else, Merrick?
Is it dead?
Yeah.
Cool.
Is
I'll
it dead?
I'll look at the one by Kale, and I will quicken a Eldritch Blast.
All right. I will say I'll let the other one go because you're at the natural 20. It's fine. This is a disadvantage because you are within 5 feet of it.
How much movement do I have? Can I flank it at all with the rest of my movement? I have 25 more feet.
Yeah, you can get there.
Cool. I'll flank it to negate that disadvantage.
All right.
$23 for the first one.
Yep.
And 26 for the second.
Yep.
$12 points of damage between the two.
To get behind, and it's currently paying attention to Kale and the swordfish. You come in behind it, just kind of blast 2 blasts right in the back of the head, point blank style, and its head kind of sputters and then slowly reforms.
With my free action, I will yell in Ignan something that nobody else understands, but I'll message it to you.
All right.
I have primordial. Would that help me?
That would help you understand.
You would
yeah.
understand what Merc says.
Essentially, command them all to return from where they came.
You hear the one behind the bar actually answer you, and Shioran and Merrick, you would both hear this. We were brought here against our will.
Okay.
Did you say were or weren't?
Were brought here against our will. Anything else, Merrick?
No, I'm assuming I won't have time to respond to that on my turn.
Yeah, no. That one you just blasted is going to its arm just kind of whips backwards towards you. 23 to hit.
That'll do it.
11 points of fire damage.
All right.
And a 17 to hit.
Shield.
So the first one kind of catches across you, and the second one, as it comes back for another swing, you're able to bring up your arcane deflection as the fire hits it and just kind of explodes in a burst of sparks, like when they throw lava at a wall. It kind of spreads all over the room before quickly dissipating.
Told you I wasn't a donut.
Number 4 is going to move out of the room, which the table inside is still on fire, trapping the people that are in there, but it moves out and quickly engulfs you, Torque. So you take 4 points of fire damage, and you are now on fire. 17 to hit.
Sorry, I accidentally hit the back button. I still have my shield on, so I mean, technically 18.
All right. 25 to hit.
Definitely hit.
7 points of fire damage.
I don't know if that came through my mic, but there was a loud pop outside.
All right.
On fire or fireworks?
Yeah.
I'm not certain.
Kaylin, your turn.
You're muted.
So I need to move back a little bit.
Directly back from it.
Yeah, enough to get disadvantage range for the spell I'm going to cast on it.
All right. It will take a swipe at you as you leave its range.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna use my second woe out of 4.
If I recall,
What was it?
if I recall, I had some sort of feature. 1 second here.
D6.
21 to hit you.
Yeah, that hits.
That -4.
All right, so
That still hits.
15. Okay, yep.
All right, I tried.
And that'll be 11 points of fire damage, and you are on fire now.
Okay.
So, Shiorin holds out her trident, and a string of stars and lines shoots out of it, kind of wraps around the thing's arm, and kind of tugs it, trying to pull it away.
Unfortunately, the fire kind of presses through and is able to strike it, and Kaylin's clothes start to ignite.
That's okay. I didn't like this armor anyways.
But there was an attempt.
Okay, so for that, I shall now return to sender, and I'm going to guiding bolt it at 4th level.
Do it up.
Okay. Yeah, boy, that is a 22 to hit.
Yep.
Okay.
You can tell these things aren't necessarily protecting themselves too much. They seem to kind of be taking the hits mostly.
Okay.
They probably want to go back.
Oh, that's really good. Okay. Oh, I'm adding everything together. That would be a total of 28 damage.
28 points of damage, and now on top of its already luminous form, it is now sparkling with your guiding bolt.
Which is perfect target for my second part of this, which is that should give my swordfish advantage, right?
Correct. It is the next attack.
Okay, so my
Clever.
swordfish is going to see this nice bright little flashing target and is going to try to skewer it again.
This beacon of Gondor.
That is a 24 to hit.
Definitely.
Okay. That's really good. That is let's see, there's an addition. 1 second here. Yep. Okay, that is 11 damage. Roll Nate.
All right. Thing comes in for the target and strikes true, damaging more of it as more of its body kind of sputters out. And
Yeah, and I have a question. So the amulet of the devout I can also add. Oh, that's not 2 damage rolls. That's just plus 2 attack rolls. Never mind.
Attacks, correct? Yeah.
Okay,
Is that it for you then, Kaylin?
that is it for me.
Dorkrana, you take 4 points of fire damage.
Okay. So, quick question. Moving through this living fire, does that require me to shove through it, or can I kind of freely move into it?
You can move through it pretty easily. It just, you're already burning, so it hurts. But yeah, you can move through it.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm just, kind of worried about. Okay, I'm gonna step through it into that room. And, does it look... The map shows kind of like a weak part in the wall. Is that a window?
It is a window, yes. You
Does
you
the table
step.
look like it could easily be tossed, or would it be easier to throw a chair?
It would obviously be easier to toss the chair, but the table seems decent enough. It might be a little big for the window, but I think the chair might be the easier idea. But you walk into this room, a giant lizard man on fire, and you hear the little girl scream again in panic, and the father seemingly is just sitting there like pressed against his family as they're cowering behind him, and the little girl is just screaming as you just come into the room in this terrifying position.
Can I free action shout something?
Not on off your turn. No.
Okay.
All right. So calmly looking in, despite being on fire, Torque's just gonna unsheath his little whip and whip that at the window.
So this tentacle-like appendage out of his arm, and he whips it at the window and make an attack roll.
Natural 12 on the die plus my modifier.
Yeah. So it immediately shatters the window, and the flames and whatnot kind of in the room sort of kind of flame and flutter a little bit as kind of the extra oxygen kind of gets blown into the room from the open window, but it is now open.
I look at them, point at them, point to the window,
Run.
turn around, walk back into the elemental, and then I'm gonna take my other attack with my claws.
You turn back around and just right back into the fire, and you do hear them scattering out the window as like the father goes and he breaks more of the glass and starts to kind of get his family out. So he's in the process of doing that as you walk back into the burning fire. Go ahead.
Someone's gonna need therapy.
Poor child.
She's gonna see a burning lizard man for the rest of her life in her dreams.
22.
22 hits, and you take another 8 points of fire damage.
Good to know, good to know. 6 points of magical slashing damage.
All right, but you added your rage bonus to that, or you haven't raged yet? You haven't raged, that's right. All right. Anything else?
I've already used my bonus action to unsheath my whip, so that is all I've got.
All right. Shiorin, your turn. You're not on fire currently.
Yeah. I see Torquerana take care of the family, I'm assuming. Take care of protecting them. You said there are people between I did not mean to draw that. Between Kaylin and the elemental down there.
Kaylin's kind of next to them. He's kind of like backed up, and the Tabaxi and the woman that Tabaxi was helping are kind of kitty corner to him at the moment on their way out.
Okay.
So they're kind of at that juncture.
Alright. I would like to slip past Kaylin over, I think here's within my range, 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah. Just jump on a table or something. And then, do I see anyone in this room down here?
You can't see anyone because the fire elemental is blocking the entirety of the entrance, but you do hear them screaming in there.
Alright. My assumption is going to be that they're going to be against the wall. Hopefully they're okay, but I'm going to yell out to them, back against the wall! And then I'm going to cast Ice Knife on it.
Alright.
At 4th level, my only 4th level slot.
Alright, make your attack roll.
Are you going to use my inspiration?
Can I use inspiration for damage or just attack?
Mine says attack roll, but...
Okay, just attack roll? Alright, I might as well use it for the attack roll.
Use it for damage.
And you said it's a D8?
Mm.
D10, or that's a 10 plus 4 plus 8, so 22. And you said it had an effect?
Yes, 22 definitely hits.
Yeah, did you roll an 8?
Yeah.
Okay. So as soon as you do that, the little moat thingy will go to the thing that you attacked. Sorry, I can't see the map really. Which one did you attack?
The one down at the bottom.
She's attacking number 2 near the bottom.
Okay. So I can only hit that one. It is going to explode into a thunderous roar, and the fire thing needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
4.
That is a failure. It takes 8 thunder damage.
All right, 8 thunder damage as you create the ice knife through the magic and comes spitting in. And as it does, this little periwinkle, faster than your knife can, goes and just strikes this thing. And then a millisecond later, your knife hits as well.
All right, that's going to be 7 piercing damage as well. I don't know if that actually... Yeah, 7 piercing damage. I'd assume that's not the full amount, but I also do 2...
Well, it is a magical spell, so it does count as a magical attack, so it will bypass the resistance. So you do the 7 piercing, so now it goes...
First, I'm doing
explodes.
This at 4th, so it's going to be 2d6 plus 3, 5d6 as it explodes.
Does it need to make a dex save?
It does, actually. You're right.
23, natural 20.
Eesh.
No, it misses the damage then. The ice damage.
Doesn't take any of it, not even half?
Yeah, it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage plus whatever for the higher level.
Oh, all right. So as it hits, the elemental kind of shifts its form as the ice knife kind of explodes around it, and it shifts in this kind of odd way, dodging the damage.
Can I use your inspiration to make it reroll? Or is that... I'm not certain how that works for the
So
DM
inspiration... Okay, so I wasn't sure if you guys knew that or not. So DM inspiration is literally just when I see that you guys have done something in my eyes that is exceptional role playing or doing something that's really in character, whatever the case, I can choose to give you guys inspiration. You hold on to that until you use it, and when you do use it, you could basically essentially give yourself advantage on something, a skill check, a saving throw, a attack roll, whatever. It's basically before you tell me what the result is, you can choose to add a d20 and take whichever you want. And that can be in a sense of, it's one of the beneficial things of it is if you're rolling a disadvantage, you can use your inspiration to then turn it into triple advantage. So it's more useful depending on how you use it.
All right.
But it is there.
You can also choose to give it to somebody else if you feel they did something to deserve it.
Correct. You can choose to gift your inspiration to someone else if you feel they did something.
All right. I'm looking at my bonus actions. I was mainly trying to get its attention, so hopefully it'll be turning towards me. Does anyone look heavily damaged right now?
Your boyfriend is on fire. Your boyfriend is on fire.
That is a good point.
I didn't know we had labels.
You don't know that yet.
You can take an action to put him out if you have said action.
I just used an action, so that wouldn't be a thing I can do, but I could heal him if he looks pretty damaged.
I just felt like saying that. It was just too funny not to.
Yeah, does he look heavily damaged?
No, I'm good.
You below half? Okay.
I think pretty much the only thing I can do right now, other than, you know, healing myself, which I don't need at the moment, is to heal someone. So, who looks the most damaged?
I don't know. Torque's standing in the fire elemental at the moment on purpose.
Yeah, that does track. He'd probably be...
That does track.
No, I can't do that because I used a leveled spell as an action.
Torque's honestly fine. He'll survive.
You know what? I don't have a bonus action cantrip. But I can action surge.
You can cast another leveled spell if you'd like.
Yeah. I'm going to do the freedom of waves again to get these two.
You just tell me the point, and I can tell you where you don't need to draw the circle.
Yeah, these two right here.
All right. Gotcha. So you quickly turn around in a blinding speed of motion and cast the spell.
Let me double check one thing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I do not catch Kalen with that. To put him out. Alright. I want to try and get damage in, so... Yeah.
The question is, does she risk the bartender?
Yeah, where is the bartender?
He's over to the far left. He's just outside of range of it.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright, so we're good.
Strict saves.
Yeah.
So dirty 20, for natural 20, I should say, actually, because it doesn't add anything, so natural 20. And a natural 19, so they both make the save.
Okay, so they don't take any damage, but, you know.
Yeah. They're able to kind of shift their forms above the ground as the water passes by. But you do douse the fire of the alcohol that was starting to catch fire below the bar, for now at the very least.
All right.
Thank God this wasn't a grease fire.
Well, that turn was a bust. I attempted to do damage and didn't do any. Well, I did some, but... Anyway, that's my turn. I don't think I have much bonus action at this point.
All right. 5. It's going to move over. Moves over to the large casks of beer and ale that are behind the bar, and you see it kind of wrap its arms around it and start to, like it's intentionally starting to ignite these barrels on fire. And that's what it's doing at the moment, and it is succeeding. Ada.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not sure what to do. I've been thinking about it. I will... I guess I will cast Dissonant Whispers at. Let me look at the map. The one oh yeah, the one that's like with the alcohol. About to start a Molotov cocktail party.
Wisdom saving throw, right?
Yeah.
2.
Well, that does not save. What's my? I just cast it at first level.
I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom real bad.
No worries.
All right. It's 11 psychic damage.
All right.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to command my sword.
And it has to use its reaction to move away from you, correct? It has to use its reaction to move away from you with this new whispers, correct?
Oh, sorry. I don't know. Look. Yeah, move as far as its speed allows away from me.
All right.
And then...
So what you see is as you cast the spell and it reacts, it literally shudders in pain and moves towards the back, the door that's behind the bar that is closed, and you see it just kind of flow and seep underneath the door, and you lose sight of it.
Okay. Then I will use my bonus action to command my sword to bonk the fire dude who's
One
next
by
to
Merrick.
Kaelin.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Merrick's up top of it and Caitlin's below.
Yeah, yeah. And that is going to be a... What's my plus to that again? It's a 13 to hit.
Just hits.
Oh, good. Okay. D10. Oh, nice. That's 13 force damage.
Whack!
I'm like, take that.
Anything else, Ada?
Turn.
The people in the bar that are able to escape get out at this point. There are still a couple people hiding in some of the rooms as they're just a little too scared. The bartender is running into this side room, kind of like a storage area off to the side. He kind of disappears in there. Not sure what he's doing. But Jaydubceejay gets the woman out. The band quickly follows him out, keeping away from the fire. Luckily, that Torque is keeping occupied by the door, and they are all able to get out. So really, the only people left in this place are a couple people in the side rooms, the few people that are down in the lounge room, and the barkeep, and then you all. But it is number 2's turn. The fire elemental turns towards you, Shioran, but it doesn't move towards you. It instead reaches back and kind of drags its hand across the ground behind it, and you see it start the floor on fire in that room, and almost looks at you in kind of a challenging way. Merrick, you're still on fire, right?
I believe so.
You were actually inside the deluge thing, so I'd say you're not on fire at the moment. You were put out again.
Is anybody on fire? Other than Torquana, who's inside of one?
Torque and Kale are both still on fire. And then there's fire kind of spreading in random places around the bar. You guys have limited it, but there are actually... we'll save it for next time, but Sharon, you are currently standing on a flaming table at the moment because that was the first one that the
Oh.
fire elemental started on fire.
If I'd known that, I would have probably moved somewhere that wasn't on fire,
That's okay.
or at least next to it.
Yeah, and so yeah, there's fires kind of starting everywhere, but you guys have limited it a little bit.
It's my turn.
Yes.
I will do a 4th level chromatic orb on the thing in front of me.
All right. There is no flanking, so you have a disadvantage because Kale moved down 1.
Does a 14 hit?
It does hit.
Awesome. $21 points cold damage.
You strike this thing with the chromatic orb, and it seems to cover most of its body and kind of shatter, and then it still is there. It's kind of more of like a sputtering former part of itself, but it is still there.
I'm going to quicken spell a control flames, and I will take the flames off of Kale, so he's no longer burning.
All right. So, Kale, as you're trying to kind of like concentrate on the battle, the flames just kind of almost like the oxygen gets sucked out, and they just smother.
Awesome.
And then I will try to keep the attention of the one in front of me.
All right. It definitely didn't like you from doing that. So yeah, you do have its attention. It is going to attack, as it has nothing else to do. It will move into your space, starting to make that fire. For 1 point of fire damage. I'm rolling so low for you for that. And then an 8 to hit. And another 8 to hit.
Cool.
So it's not, most of the form is gone, so it's able to kind of like move into you and start part of your clothes on fire, enough to hurt you a little bit, but it's a pathetic form of itself. It's looking really weak. 4 is going to start pummeling on Torque. 25 to hit you. For 11 points of fire damage. And another 25 to hit you. For 13 points of fire damage. This thing has basically wrapped itself around Torque, turning him into just a living torch, and is currently searing his skin. You can almost at this point kind of start to smell the burning flesh of Torque kind of wafting through the room.
Smells like chicken in here.
What? Grilled alligator?
Yep,
Sorry.
Grilled alligator, yeah.
Yeah. Rattlesnake smells the same way.
Kaylin, your turn.
So that one fire elemental's on its last leg.
The one that's on top of Merrick at the moment, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on it.
All right, dex save from it.
Yep, dex save. That would be a
9.
Yeah, that's a failure. Okay, so that would be 2d8. Okay, that'd be a 13.
So you reach up your hand and call down the holy fire as this white flame kind of burns across its body, engulfing the rest of it, and it vanishes in a mix of red and white sparks that kind of just trail through the air, leaving Merrick there, still on fire, but no longer being attacked.
And as such, my spiritual weapon is going to move and yeet itself at the other elemental there.
Which one? There's 2 down below.
Oh, I saw one second here. The one closest to Shioran.
All right, you can move it how far? 20 feet?
Yeah.
So you can get it right next to
get there.
Shioran.
Okay, so it'll yeet itself next time.
All right.
I have a hunter
Is that
shark
for you then?
and a swordfish around me.
Yeah, that's it.
Appropriate. Torkrana, you take 9 points of fire damage, and it is your turn.
How's Torque looking right now?
All right. He has just hit bloody. Okay, so with Torque firmly with this elemental wrapped around himself, he's going to look about, see that everyone else is pretty much done, and he's just going to start clawing at the flames.
All right.
$17.
That'll hit, dealing 7 points of fire damage to you.
Seven for 7 then, as I deal 7 slashing damage.
All right.
$22.
That'll hit, dealing another 9 points of fire damage.
To which it takes 8.
All right. So you strike at this thing, and you're just waving your arms through this thing. You're striking something semi-solid, but you're kind of almost hurting yourself more as it does not seem to be. It's taking the full damage, but it seems pretty healthy still. So.
And then as my bonus action, I'm going to claw once more, because my claws are now light weapons and I can 2-weapon fighting them. For 26.
Hit. Uh, 6 points of fire damage to you.
Ha! I finally came out ahead. 7 slashing.
All right. So yeah, so you just see Torque inside this fire elemental just flailing around, fire spitting out in all directions. Anything else, Torque?
That's my bonus action. I'm good.
Sure, in your turn.
Oh, I'm still deciding what I want to do. I've been looking through it for a while. If I were to cast Freedom of Waves again, would I be able to go through the door as a teleport, or?
As long as you're within its range, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm just wondering, because, like, would it...
You're teleporting.
Yeah. Well, the question is, would it, like, spread around the walls or something, or would it just be, like, right there?
It's within the radius, so I'd say it's kind of everywhere.
Okay.
So.
I'm going to go ahead and do that. Freedom of Wave.
From the thing.
And I'm going to teleport on the other side of it.
That'll be a 3.
Oh boy. 8 bludgeoning damage. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely forgot. I wanted to... actually, I can't do that and do this at the same time. Never mind. So that's 12 damage. 12 bludgeoning damage. And...
So you see as you create the deluge, you want to be right behind it?
Yeah.
From teleporting? Okay. The deluge spreads out again, dousing the fire that was on the table that you were on. And you kind of vanish into it and appear behind it. Now, in the doused area that it started on fire, you see in the room that the people are in the far right corner, pressed up against, kind of holding each other. One of them is over by the window trying to get it open, but it seems to be stuck at the moment.
All right.
And he's kind of in a panic, and he's not really thinking just to break it. He's like trying to open it. And the elemental quickly kind of body turns back towards you but there's again that steam as the water passes through it, and you see it just kind of like writhing in pain from it. But it is now attention on you.
And for my bonus action, anyone in this room look hurt?
So far, no.
Okay.
Just terrified of their wits.
Yeah. Okay. So for my bonus action, I'm going to just. I can't really do anything other than. Where to go? It's. Second wind. So 1d10 plus 3.
No, that's your turn.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I can do.
All right.
Well, that's 12 HP. Or, excuse me, 13 HP. I rolled the 0. That's more than I needed, actually. Nope, that's less than I needed. Never mind. But anyway.
Merrick, you start to hear kind of this low kind of coming up from behind you. You turn, you do see that the casks of ale that are stacked on top of each other are still on fire and quickly catching further, but you see underneath the door to the back room where the other one fled to, you start to see flickering light, like there's a fire burning in there now. Ada, your turn.
Okay,
Which you would see this as well, kind of, Ada, if you are, well, depends. Are you on the floor or are you on your chair?
Oh, I'm still sitting down.
Okay, so yeah, you don't see this. you're how tall is Ada? I'm just very curious. How tall is Ada?
I can't remember. Let me see.
I thought she said she was shorter than like your height.
I'm 2'8".
2'8", yeah.
But
She got
I'm actually 2'6" because I'm like hunched. But I'll go to the grave saying I'm 2'8".
For clarification, I was holding my friend's newly 1-year-old, and she is 2'4".
Yeah, I'm really small.
You are 4 inches taller than a 1-year-old.
Yeah, I'm really small. Okay, so I'm just sitting there. I'm going to. Okay. Oh wait. What's this? Okay. Okay. I'm going to just like kind of turn in my seat and look at the fire guy that is burning Torkrana.
Yep.
And I am gonna cast Vicious Mockery. So he needs to make a save. Wisdom save. Yeah.
Yeah, natural 19.
Man, he saves. So that sucks. But
What was your insult though?
yeah, I'm like, look at this guy. Couldn't even light a candle.
As he's burning Torkrana alive.
Yep. And then where's my sword at? I can't remember where it was. Anyways, it has 30 feet of movement, so if it can get to the one
It was like right next to you.
that isn't.
Yeah,
That's-
your sword was like right there.
Oh, was
Pretty
it?
much
Because I thought I
directly
moved it
from
to
you.
hit Kaylin. Okay.
To hit Kaylin?
Is
Shame
one
on
of
you.
them? No. Is one of them within 30 feet of it?
Yeah, you can
'Cause
get
that's
to the
how
one
much-
that's on Torque.
Okay, well then I'll use my bonus action to command my sword to go bonk that one on the head.
Alright.
Let's see that nat 1 to bonk torque.
No, it's a natural 18.
There you go.
There you go.
Let's see. You got a D10 somewhere. Okay, didn't roll that well. It's a plus what? So that's a 7 force damage.
All right, let's try 4. 7 force damage.
That's all for me. Oh wait, JK. I'm going to inspire Torque. I'm gonna just kind of like flow my hand up in the air and be like, lizard, here. For you, a gift.
As another flower that doesn't seem to catch fire floating around your head.
Yes.
As this next round is now round 4, 18 seconds. The casks in the back have sufficiently caught flame, and the wood is starting to kind of crack, kind of warp a little bit, and the flame will soon get to the alcohol inside, potentially. But everyone else is kind of sticking where they are. The person that was opening the window down in the room you're in, Shorin, is kind of turns towards you as the water flows into the room and sees you and says, "Help us, please!" and kind of cowers away. One of the other people's like, "Break the fucking window!" And one of the other one picks up the chair, and the other one ducks as he chucks it out the window, and he kind of shatters through as the big lounge chair just comes busting through the window, and they start to get through it. Only a couple of them get through before their turn's over.
Cool. If they hadn't done that, I would have done it.
This number 2 is gonna attack you. Actually, he's gonna move into your spot and engulf your fish butt, starting you on fire for 10 points of fire damage. And then a 14 to hit.
14 misses.
And a 10 to hit.
That also misses.
So it tries to kind of like wrap its arms around you, and it's able to get into your spot, catch you on fire, but you're able to dodge its attacks from taking more damage. Mr. Merrick. Oh, Merrick.
Yeah. I'm deciding if I'm trying to run into the burning room or not. I think I'm going to.
Personally, I think you should take care of the fire on the barrels.
I have options.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna hop over the bar and head to the back?
Yeah, I'll take care of the barrels on my way. With
I mean, it's
control
mostly
flames.
ale, right? That's like barely alcohol. It's mostly water.
It does take you about 25 feet to get to the door, because you gotta have to hop over the.
That's fine. I still have 5 more to bust in.
Yep. Well, you can just kind of grab the door, and luckily you're a fire elemental person yourself, so the hot door handle doesn't quite hurt you. And you swing it open, and there's a blast of more heat as there is a large line of fire across the entirety of this back kind of kitchen area. Table, food, just everything has just been lit on fire. This thing seems to have just kind of dragged itself across the room, catching whatever it can. Then here, what is it?
Can I see it from where I'm at?
Yeah, it's over in the right corner.
I'm going to conjure up another chromatic orb in my hand, but I'm going to hold it and ask it to tell me who summoned it forth. Or did we already know that?
You guys haven't. You didn't know who summoned it. They just appeared here.
I'm going to, with Indignant, ask it who summoned it forth. Since that's the one that directly responded last time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the chromatic orb is going to be a threatening thing. And then I'll hold that for a reaction next time.
It responds indignant towards you. We do not know. We were dragged here with the magical direction to burn this place to the ground. And that's about what you get. Are you gonna end your turn then?
I'm gonna release a chromatic orb and then tell it to go home.
All right, roll your attack.
$18.
That hits.
$27 points of cold damage.
27. You strike it with the chromatic orb, and the cold damage kind of snuffs out the flame on part of it, and it's still there. Just kind of like a chunk of it is kind of a little less flamboyant. But it's still up.
That'll be it for me.
Before we move on, I completely forgot to put in what damage the fire did to me earlier. Do you remember what that was?
Which oh, it was 10 points. Yeah.
10 points. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't caught you on fire again. 4 is going to make a couple more attacks on Torque. 23. 11 points of fire damage. And a 13.
Miss.
All right, it continues to just kind of like wrap itself around. You're able to kind of like get part of yourself out of it, but it is still wrapped you up. Kaylin, your turn.
Elemental are going neck for most damage to him.
So, yo, dog, I heard you like guiding bolts. So I'm gonna give you some more guiding bolts for your guiding bolts, and I'm gonna cast guiding bolt.
Go for it.
At 3rd level. Oh, look at that! Another natural 20.
Nicely done.
Wow.
On a roll tonight, guys.
Well. Okay, so that was 3rd level, so I'm gonna roll damage. Real quick. Same as a fireball, got it. Okay, so that's 28 times 2, that's 56.
56 to 4. You charge up this beam of energy, blast it towards, and it hits, and most of it gets blasted off of Torque. It's still on fire and engulfed by it, but a large portion of the fire elemental has been just blown away in a mix of red and radiant sparkles that kind of, they bust away from it and kind of float through the open window in the room behind them. But it looks definitely hurt, but still up. But
Okay.
it's now shining.
Which one was this?
And no, that was not the one next to Torque.
Number 4.
It was.
Oh, you're
okay.
attacking number 2?
Yeah, the one that my. I'm sorry.
That one is dead.
Oh, okay.
All right, so yeah, you
Okay.
attack the one by Shioran instead, correct?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah. I misheard that. So yeah, you blast that one, and it obliterates it in the same kind of spark of a burst of red and radiant sparks. As you are now free of the fire elemental, but still on fire, Shioran.
And Kale's swordfish is going to lower his head in disappointment and start moving his way towards the other fire elemental.
All right. Anything else, Kale?
That's it.
Did you ever get put out, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mary
Yeah.
put me out.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Merrick put you out. Beep, beep, beep. All right, Torcrana. 7 points of fire damage. And your turn.
All right. I have the survivability of 2 hits, so I'm gonna take one of them. $25.
25 hits.
6 slashing.
7 points to you.
$23.
That hits.
8 slash.
1 point of fire damage.
Oh.
You said 8, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I knew I'd win one of these. And then bonus action, offhand claw attack. Natural 20.
There you go. 6 points of fire damage to you.
How does
15 slashing.
How does it feel to cut fire?
Probably hurts. Probably hurts a lot.
It hurts like hell, but it's super fun, like playing with hot sand. I'm going down next round, more than likely. And that's okay.
How does that have for you, Torque?
Because I don't want him to swing at me, yes.
Alright, Shioran, your turn.
He died as he lived. Hot.
On fire.
Can you make it so that I can grab my character? Or better yet.
You can. You just have the drawing tool selected. You need to select the mouse.
Oh, I can now. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. How wide is that aura? It's 30-foot aura. Okay, that's within range. So I'm going to move over here, and forgot to close that. I'm going to cast Aura of Vitality. That's my last 3rd level slot. I did not mean to hit that button.
What level is Freedom of the Waves?
3rd level.
You have 4 3-level spells? 2 spell slots?
Did I cast that 3 times?
You cast that 3 times so far.
The first one was the 4th level, isn't it?
Yes, the first one was the 4th level. Was
Okay.
it? No.
I'm not sure. I
No,
know
I
you
can't.
cast the
I
spell
can't.
3
I
times.
can't. It was Ice Knife that was the 4th level. Okay. I
Yeah.
guess I
okay.
didn't mark off the slot. My bad. So I can't do Aura of Vitality, but I can. Can't cure wounds, but I can Healing Word Torque. Bonus action. I'm going to go ahead and use my second wild shape slot to morph into the angelfish form.
Okay.
All right, and then I'm going to cast Healing Word on Torque, which with my Therendor's Grace and the
Moonsicle.
yeah, the Moonsicle and the I called it Therendor's Grace or whatever that god's name is. Brain, why do you do this to me so much? Circle of the Star, the circle that I chose, the wild starry
Angelfish.
form. There it is,
Angelfish.
Angelfish. That gives bonuses to it, so it'll be 2d4. Where's a d4? Come here, d4. That's 6 plus 3, so that's 9. And then Therendor's. Oh, I called it Therendor's Blessing. Another d4 added to that. That's another 4, so 9 plus 4 is 13. And then my starry form gives me Where is that one? That's wild shape, not starry form. Another 8 d8 plus my wisdom modifier again. So that's 5 added to that. 13 plus 5 is 18 plus 3, 20. He heals 21 damage.
Burst of vitality comes back to you, Torkrana, healing some of your burns. Still plenty of them, but some of them are good. It's kind of like a cool breeze for a moment before the heat of the flame is back.
My first priority was getting the people to safety.
All right. Anything else for you, Sharon?
That was action, bonus action, and that's pretty much all I can do. I will. You said I can pass it to the inspiration to someone. Does that take an action or something?
If you feel they've done something worthy of the inspiration. It's kind of like the same reason why I gave it to you and Kale, is you guys had that touching moment. You were really good with the characters. That was the reason. So it's not just like, oh, here's an inspiration. It has to be meaningful.
Right. Oh, quick question. For Ada's little moat.
Did you use the
I
inspiration?
forgot I gave you that.
You have to use the inspiration for it to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Just double checking that. I'm good then.
That one now covers themes of room and also numeric. Starting on fire again.
Yay.
For 8 points of fire damage. And it is going to attack you for a 15.
Miss.
And a 16.
Also miss.
Alright. Ada, your turn.
Okay. I am going to cast Vicious Mockery again. I'm going to cast it at the one that's on Torque. And wisdom save.
12.
It fails. And I'm going to just I'm not even going to be, I guess I have to look at it technically, but I'm not going to be looking at it. And I'm going to be like, 5 beings of fire, and this place isn't ash yet. Pathetic. And it's going to take, full damage. It's going to take 8 psychic. And then I am going to use my bonus action to command my sword to bonk it on the head again.
Bonk on the head.
It's a 21 to hit.
You see the fire elemental fume in anger at your insult.
21 to hit. And then that's 12 force damage. That's my full turn.
It's looking a little rough. It's kind of starting to peter out. At this point, the casks start to crack and sizzle. You said you were going to, but did you actually take the time to do that, Merrick? Because you have to cast a spell for that.
I was just gonna control flames as I was going by.
Doesn't that take your action though?
Bonus.
Oh.
I can subtract the quicken stuff. I might have specified quicken, but I did say I was gonna do it as I wrecked by.
Oh yeah. So just make sure to mark off those sorcery points. Then yeah, they're fine then. The fire in the back is spreading pretty bad though. A lot of the back room is on fire at the moment. There's a lot of intense heat coming from there. To remember, the room that Torque's by is completely engulfed. It's getting to the ceiling at this point. And I think that's it, because I put out pretty much everything else. Yeah, and then there's the one down there. So now it is 2 dead. Merrick, your turn. You take 9 points of fire damage. It is your turn.
I will step further into the room to try to keep this thing's attention and staying where the fire already is instead of adding new fire to the area, you know?
Are you wanting to step to the left of it or above it?
Above it.
Alright.
I'm already on fire, so might as well.
Stepping into the fire, yeah.
Yeah. I'll let loose another chromatic orb.
It'll be a disadvantage, unless you wanted to move further up away from it.
I'll move further and give it an attack opportunity, that's fine.
Which it will take. 17 to hit.
I will shield.
So you move back into the fire itself, cast your shield as it's rippling through the heat wave around you, and then you reach forward and blast your spell. Roll your attack.
26 to hit.
Definitely hits.
$22 points of cold damage.
Alright. Another burst off of this thing. Unfortunately, it was mostly unscathed when you came in here, so you've got it down to about half at this point, but it is still up.
Alright. I'm going to save my sorcery points for now, so I'll just kind of give it a serious look, try to keep its attention on me.
Alright. 4 is... I'm gonna roll a... I'm gonna roll a D2. And it's either going to attack you, Torque, or it's going to turn to the one that just insulted it and go towards the halfling. So, Torque, you're number 1. Ada, you're number 2.
Okay.
You're in shadows now, Cass.
That will be you. So it is going to... So it turns as you insult it and reaches towards the table, finally passing over you, Torque. You can attack it if you'd like.
I would like to. I rolled a 14 plus 8 for a 22.
That definitely hits for you. Taking 8 points of fire damage.
Dealing 7 slashing.
And then it is going to engulf you, Ada, so you start on fire.
Alrighty.
Taking 4 points of fire damage.
Got my first set of damage.
And then 17 to hit you.
Yeah, that hits.
Taking 9 more points of fire damage.
Alrighty.
And then a 14 to hit you.
That does not hit me.
So this thing engulfs you, start on fire, your clothes, unfortunately, your flowers in your hair start to catch fire as well. And this thing bats you around a little bit with its kind of clawed flame, and you're able to kind of duck down into the chair as the second one swipes over your head. Kaylin, your turn.
Okay, now that I destroyed one of those elementals, gonna move my spiritual weapon ever so closer to the yep, and it's going to yeet itself at it.
It's finally able to attack.
Yep. So that is going to be a 17 to hit.
Definitely hits.
And that is going to be 10 damage.
So the swordfish goes through it, and you almost feel like you destroyed it, but there's a small kind of like wisp of flame that's left that's kind of wrapped itself around Ada. So it's still there, but barely.
Awesome. So if that's the case, then screw it. Kale is going to cast Healing Word, but is not going to do that. He's instead going to cast another Guiding Bolt.
All right. Roll your attack.
Don't roll a natural one, man. Gotta be precise on this one.
Okay, it's a second level.
Alright.
That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Hits. Don't even roll damage. Add 1 HP left. You
Oh man.
blast it away as the last wisp of the flame is wrapped around Ada, but then gets blasted away in a burst of sparks. Ada, unfortunately, who's still on fire on the chair, which the chair is also starting to catch fire as well. Anything else, Kev?
Well, unfortunately, I casted a level spell right there, so
And you use
I
your bonus
can't do
action.
anything.
Tokrana. Take 5 points of fire damage, and it is your turn.
Okay, so with that elemental done, he's gonna move north along the doors and check and see if anyone is inside of them.
You get 15 feet up, you turn into the room, and you see that room is empty. It seems like they have opened the window and people have crawled out.
Okay, and he'll go up to the next room.
And that's a full 30, and you look into that room, and those people are still in there as there is no exit out of that run. And they are all cowering in the corner, and when they see the flaming, almost burned to a crisp, your skin is just this red, bubbling wounds of fire,
Oh.
and you turn into the room, they just... They start like throwing cups at you, like trying to get you to leave. It's, yeah, but they're still there.
He's gonna point behind him. It's safe. Run. And then he'll move his last 10 feet over towards the bar, and kind of like pushing the stools aside.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage, please.
They can't run because there's no window on that room.
Not bad. Natural 19 and a 13, which brings me to 12.
Yeah. They seem to like at least understand that, kind of see that there's not as much fire, so they start to kind of like inch their way around. They'll get to when it's their part of the turn. And then how much more movement do you have?
I've got 40 feet total, so I've got 10 left.
All right, so you move there, and you can see into the kind of like the storage area. You don't see anyone, but it kind of goes around a corner, so you're not sure if there's anyone past there. But you can see the fire elemental that's still in the doorway that Merrick is dealing with at the moment.
Okay. Let's see. Am I within 20 feet of it?
No.
Okay. Am I within 30 feet of it?
Yes.
Okay, then he's gonna just huck 2 javelins at it.
All right.
Uh, 22.
Hits.
For 7 non-magical piercing damage.
Alright. You definitely tell that doesn't do as much damage.
And 21.
Hits.
For another 7 non-magical piercing damage.
Alright. The 2 kind of pass through it without doing too much damage.
And that's all I'm gonna do.
which
As I just stand there on fire.
your javelins are kind of... Merrick, you see them kind of zip into the room, and now there's 2 javelins sticking out of the ground that are currently catching on fire.
Alright.
Shioran, your turn.
Alright. Looks to me like it's going to take me a bit to get over there.
You currently have the room to your left on fire, Ada on fire, Torque on fire, and then the fire elemental with the... You can see now, looks at the Merrick open the door, big raging flame in the kitchen area in the back.
Let me check something.
Kale, your senses are going
30,
up.
30 feet long. Inventory, let me see this. Sorry, water. Alright. I'm going to move into this room over here and pull out my decanter of endless water and use a fountain to put it out.
Alright, so you say the thing and gush out the 30 gallons of water.
Fountain is 5 gallons.
Oh, 5 gallons, okay. So you kind of start spraying. It's not getting everything, but you are wetting down the area and starting to put out the fire. Anything else?
I'm assuming that's the action. Yeah, it says action T.
Yep.
Alright. Stops at my next turn. As a bonus action, is he within 30 feet of me again? Nope. Alright, Ada and Kale, who looks more hurt?
I'm good.
I mean, I'm not bad.
Alright. I can't really bonus action anything to additionally get rid of it. Oh. Actually, you know what? Hold on. No, it's not within 30 feet of me. Never mind, I can't do that. How many feet did I use? I think I used 25 feet to get over here.
5, 10, 15, 20, yeah, 25 feet.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much all I'm going to do right now. I can't really do much else.
Who's on top of you? Can't start you on fire again, but will attack you. Natural 1. And a 22.
The 22 will hit.
Doing 10 points of fire damage. Comes in, swinging with its fire claws.
If I wasn't resistant, I'd be sitting real hurt right now.
Ada, you take...
I know, tell me about it, right?
4 points of fire damage, and you are... Is your turn?
Okay. Would you say that I am the size of a small campfire?
I'd say so, yeah.
All right, then I'm gonna druid craft myself out a fire.
That is amazing.
I'm gonna say okay for that. Yeah, there's a burst of green kind of like sparks as the flame just snuffs itself out. Unfortunately your flowers in your hair have kind of been burnt to
I
ash.
can replace those.
If she was bigger, I'd say the chair would break from the fire next turn.
And that's my action. Let's see, bonus action. I guess. Can I do that?
been a while since we played these characters.
Oh wow.
And plus, I have barely, like, never played this character.
That too.
Can I, sorry, words. I know them.
You're feeling the same way I am, brain-wise.
Yeah, I just, like, don't have a brain right now. I have one brain cell bouncing around, and then it's over there.
Quick, I have to get the words. No, shit, they're over here.
Pretty much.
That's basically what's happening in my brain right now. I'm chasing them. Okay. Can I command my sword to dash?
I don't know this mechanics at the moment, so I'm gonna say sure.
Okay, well, because I can't get to the other fire guy in time, so I'm just gonna say dash. So he has 60 feet of movement. To try to get close. I mean, I think I can.
With 60
technically.
feet, you could actually get to it.
Yeah, but I can't make it do anything else, is what I mean. Okay.
All right. So your little right.
Okay, because it says it can be some other action.
Yep.
Okay.
Continue.
So I'll get as close as to it as I can.
All right. The flames in the kitchen are starting to spread towards the door and starting to reach out back to the bar. You hear to the right and left of you, Merrick kind of as the heat in the room finally breaks the glass on either side of the room itself. And Merrick, it is your turn, taking 5 points of fire damage. And it's your turn.
All right. I'm gonna get out of it again if I can. Back 10 feet.
There's only about 5 feet before you hit the wall.
I'll go to the left or right if I have to.
All right.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
It will swing at you for 14.
Miss.
Do another chromatic orb.
Yes. Yes, I am. $17.
17 hits.
24 points of damage. Cold damage again.
All right. Another burst of it on. It's now looking to be mostly wisp. Some of the flames around it are kind of sustaining it a little bit, but it's looking rough.
I will do my final quicken spell and a quicken Eldritch Blast.
Go for it. Be careful from attacks. Did an angel just show up in your room, Torque?
He stole all of your light.
Opened up the calendar.
Oh.
He stole all of your light because you're in darkness right now.
Yeah, I gotta turn my light on.
No, open up the calendar so I can keep track of the time when we're done with this.
Yeah.
Where did my mouse
A
go?
27 and a 21.
Both hit.
Nine points of force damage.
Blast away at this thing, and it is just holding on by a little wisp.
That second Eldritch Blast. The second one was a 3.
I hate that.
Hoping for more.
All right, is that it for you then, Merrick?
Yep.
All right, Kaylin, your turn. You can see from your angle at this point the back room, which is on fire pretty much completely, but you can see the bit of the darker flame that you've found is the elementals is back there, kind of a wisp of itself still there.
Okay. As a case, I'm gonna walk up a bit.
Full 30.
Yeah, I say so.
You basically, with your full movement, you get on top of the bar.
Nice.
Now dance. Sorry.
You gotta pay me first, man. I'm a bard too, remember? Okay, so let me see what I have left. Oh, cool. I have another guiding bolt left. How about that?
How about that?
I would use other spells, but there's nothing that I have is like range that isn't fire.
Well, I mean, you've got a bow, but yeah, guiding bolt's always good.
Yeah, but nah.
But
Guiding bolt.
wood.
Guiding bolt. That is a 27 to hit.
Definitely hits.
And give me a good damage roll there, bud. Yes, it is. That is a 19 damage.
All right. How would you like to end this encounter?
I'm just gonna get up on the bar. Is there any liquor that's not like exploded?
There's a mug of ale that's
I'm
next
gonna
to you.
grab the mug of ale, take a look at it. Is it still like relatively drinkable, or is it boiling?
No, it's still relative. It's drinkable.
I take a swig of it and then snipe the.
Shatter the glass. Blast your energy at this thing, bursting it into sparks.
Basically.
And that will end combat. And as you guys decide what you want to deal with the on fire tavern, we will take a quick break here at the end of combat. We'll be back at the quarter 2, and
Alrighty.
Are we going to take a longer session today?
we can see where it goes.
We'll see.
Okay.
All right. Be back soon.
All right.
All right, everyone. There it is. We'll be back in just a moment after the break. My high priority the whole time was getting the people out, or at least distracting them to keep them from attacking the people. So anyway,
This has been fun.
I hope Tor's doing all right.
Oh no, Torque's about to die.
Park's gonna be fine. I saved a very important spell slot to make sure.
So over the course of that battle, Torque did about 60 damage to himself because he kept attacking.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, I am back. We'll wait on everyone else to get back. Nug is taking a moment to lay down because he's dealing with something. He'll be back in a bit. But while I'm here, let me go ahead and shout out the real Googs who's in their chat right now. Or was earlier. I don't know if he still is, but still. He's a really cool guy. So go ahead and check out his channel if you can at twitch.tv/therealgoogz. TheRealGoogz. He's a friend of mine from the Game Gang server. Hello. Bleh. Same to you too, Nug. Cubes? Cheese cubes? Letting out your inner torque? Now I want some mozzarella. Cheap. My Chrome wants to update, so I'm going to go ahead and do that while we're on break.
Yeah, after my little monitor mishap, my screen and all of its, desktop apps have like moved all over the place, so I've got to restart my computer after we're done. All because I accidentally turned off my TV and it said, okay, time to update because he's done.
Apparently, Roll20 wanted me to re-log in. Hey, Zangetsu, I thought you got a haircut. How is your hair so long?
No haircuts, just old selfies.
Old selfies, okay. You look good either way. Alright.
Yeah, I've recently come to the conclusion that I guess I'm hot. It's super strange.
You might be a little bit. Nug says he needs a haircut. I need to just go ahead and shave all the hair off my head again. It looks...
Yeah, most of those selfies were from like 2017. I think that was the last time I actually had a haircut too, so it's been a good 5 years. So, been playing any good games on stream?
I took this week off because, like I said, I'd been feeling kind of crappy all week. Mainly, like, mental fog and stuff like that. But I'm still playing, Persona 4 Golden. What's generally taking me so long is that I keep going back to, like, train in other castles and gather items and stuff like that.
No, I totally understand that. That's kind of like one of the big things that you do in Persona.
Mm-hmm.
I last saw that you were fighting in the secret laboratory dungeon.
Yes.
Did you get much farther after that?
Yeah, I got farther after that. We're now trying to figure out who the real culprit is.
Ah, fantastic.
I'm pretty sure it's that janitor guy that was in the background twice. I had this theory that I think is actually much better than what it turned out. That the signals for the Midnight Channel were a message to what's his name, the guy that we thought was the killer, to send them into there. And like we were seeing that message, but we didn't know it was the message until we wouldn't know anything about that until it's actually revealed. I thought that would have been real cool in reveal.
That's a very interesting theory.
Mm-hmm. Pretty sure that turned out to not be the thing anymore.
That's one of the fun things about those games is, you know, making up theories based on what you're finding out.
Yeah. It's really cool that it was a murder mystery and stuff like that. I was actually enjoying coming up with the theories. But the whole time, I had an idea that it wasn't, like, I really thought it wasn't going to be one person doing everything.
So, have you picked a romance or going with a single character?
I really haven't.
Then, you know,
I haven't specifically picked a romance. No. I like Yumi. I like Marie. I also like Chie and Yukiko, but I kind of have this thing where I think they should be with each other, not me.
They absolutely should.
Especially after what happened in Yukiko's palace. It's just like between the two of them, they were made to be girlfriends, and it's just like absolutely not gonna stand in that way.
I mean, Yukiko's inner self actually said that, you know, Chie was her prince in, you know, the fairy tale setting. I was like, I mean, yeah.
And Kanji's my favorite character.
Kanji is amazing.
He is the exact opposite of what he was built up to be. And I just love that, how he kind of... He's that character that is everything people doesn't think he should be. And... I don't know, I just love the way he handles everything.
I was mad the first time I played Persona 4 because I never actually unlocked his confidant. And so, like, I missed, like, his entire, like, non-story story.
Oh, yeah.
And after I unlocked it and started doing it, I'm like, I love this man so much. He's just such a peach.
He's got anger issues, and that's the only thing about him that he needs to work on. Other than that, he is the best person. He loves his mother.
Oh yeah, he's a wonderful son. Other than, you know, when his anger flares up.
Yeah.
And even then, it's mostly because he loves his mom and wants shit to be peaceful for her. He just goes about it the wrong way.
Yeah, exactly. And his whole confidant thing is just him working on that, basically. But also wanting to get stronger to help out the group. And I love how he can keep up with everyone while riding scooters on a bike.
Yeah, definitely.
We can talk about this all the time, but Kanji's the best character.
Most definitely.
And like, the whole camping scene kind of pissed me off with Yosuke, made me dislike Yosuke. And then Kanji literally took the only good moment of it when Chie kicked everyone into the pool. And then Kanji turned around watching them, and then he turned back and he's got a nosebleed.
Yeah, I love that. But yeah, the Yosuke homophobia is just super fucking cringe.
Yeah. It's pretty much the only reason I keep telling him to shut up in the game when I'm playing him. Just like, shut up Yosuke has become my quote for him.
I definitely wish they had kept the original plan to have him be, you know, the gay romance. And I love that the mod has come out to restore that content.
Yeah.
It adds a little bit more depth when, you know, you see his homophobia as like, oh, so he's just, you know, super in the closet and lashing out against that. But it's still not an excuse. But the fact that he, you know, does get over that at the end of the Confidant is really touching.
Yeah. Atlas has regressed.
I agree, Nug.
He played Persona 2 with a apparently bisexual protagonist, and I'm like, okay, so why isn't that a thing now? The whole homophobia thing was like one of the very few things I hated about Persona 5 as well. I barely had any of it in there, but when it popped in, it was just cringe as hell.
Yeah, in Persona 5, it was super bad with the Ryuji bit, with the fellows in Harajuku.
Yeah, the gay couple.
Yeah, but
they popped up
in
twice.
Royal, they changed it to them, like, pushing him into cross-dressing, which is slightly better, but still. That too, Nug.
Mixed with transphobia, yeah. Well, Alice had some good storytelling, but they're not good with LGBT representation anymore, anyways. Oh well.
Although it does have Lala, so, I mean, that's good.
It does have who?
Lala-chan, the owner of Crossroads.
Who's that?
The Mama-san of Crossroads, the bar that Oya hangs out at. Sojiro, Nug.
Yeah, Sojiro. It's actually a coffee shop that he makes curry in. Hi, Cass.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right.
Futaba was my favorite in Persona 5.
Futaba is great.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I'm here, but I am going to stay muted with my camera off because I'm eating.
No worries. So as the last fire elemental dies, the bar itself is still on fire.
Are we starting the session?
Yes.
Okay. Merrick's back, I assume?
Yes.
Nug was taking a moment to lie down because he was dealing with some issues.
All right. Do you want to wait?
Do you need another moment, Nug? I heard him yell something, but I don't know what it was. Hold on a second.
Go for it.
Are you yelling at me?
No.
Okay.
Alright. Continue.
Okay. Let me just change the scene and then we can continue. There it is. Change music too. Come on. There we go. All right. Good to go.
All right.
Except Ada is in the wrong. Or
Fine.
I'll have to swap out characters, but cameras, but I can handle that.
Yep.
I'll be back in like just a second.
Okay.
So the bar still on fire was just Kalen. Torque, you are still on fire.
I am.
And 8 points of fire damage. Are you doing anything to put yourself out?
Seeing as he is now pretty much literally on death's door, I guess he'll take the moment to pat himself out.
You take your time, pat yourself down, but you are like, you're 80% of your body is just like burns, and everything hurts, and you're starting to kind of get blurry vision, and you're in a lot of pain, even for your pain tolerance.
Definitely. But other than that, he'll kind of like walk into the back and like check and see on things.
Which it is
not that one, the way that he was, where he had seen the bartender walk out.
So you see the bartender in the back, kind of huddled by himself, just kind of in a corner. He looks up and is everything is this still going on? What's going on?
They're gone, but lots fire still. Better leave.
Oh, thank the dragons. I gotta save the bar. He gets up and grabs like a bucket off of the ground that has some water in it, and he kind of rushes past you, seeing the flames from the other room and the big one, and he kind of goes into the back, and he starts going towards the back. Shioran, are you doing anything?
Yeah, I got most of the fire out. It doesn't look like it's gonna spread too much, does it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna head towards the back, and I would like to cast Wall of Water in there to put as much of it out as possible.
What's the range on Wall of Water?
Wall of Water.
Just because I'm doing this kind of an initiative order still, just
Okay.
because Merrick's still on fire.
Okay. Where is
Just
it?
to confirm, the barkeep said thank the dragons, correct?
Yep.
The range of Wall of Water is 60 feet. Would I be able to like have it spread in there, even if I can't see the whole thing?
I'd say so. I'd
Yeah.
say you could probably
Okay.
guess pretty well. You can see into it and whatnot.
So I'd like to do that and put as much of it out as possible. It is 30 feet long, up to 30 feet long, 10 feet high, 1 foot thick, which 1 foot thick doesn't make it anything.
Yeah. So yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So you can get like the right side of the room essentially, for at least part of it. There's a big, as you cast the spell into the room, there's a loud as the water extinguishes a bit of the flame of where that most of the room is on fire though, so it's still doing so much.
Yeah. All right, so I'll do that. And bonus action, I will heal Torque again, if I can see him from here.
No, you cannot see Tor from where you're at.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's just kind of still standing in the back room, not following after the guys. He's just like processing what he just heard.
All right. And as I pass by, how do these people look over here in this room here?
At this point, they're on their way out of the room.
All right. And just for my information, is there any other places where there's fire and stuff like that?
Besides the back room, no.
Okay.
There's plenty of scorch marks everywhere, but.
All right. I think that's pretty much all I can do, unless anyone needs healing on the other side that I can see.
I think it's up to them. Blah, blah, blah. Ada, you said your sword came back and you promptly nodded off.
Yep. I'm asleep.
Blah, blah, blah. Merrick, you are in the Inferno at the moment. Taking 7 points of fire damage. And are you doing anything?
I'm going to just start trying to put this room out with control flames.
All right. I'll say you can kind of like put the fire that's on you and in your immediate area kind of out a little bit to kind of help yourself. So you're kind of in a small ring of extinguished flame, but there's still plenty around.
Yeah, I'm going to keep doing that until somebody else comes in.
All right. I think at this point, yeah, I think everyone's off. Everyone's flamed off. So I'm guessing, Kaylin, what do you intend to do to help?
Well, all my spells cause fire, so that's not going to happen. Is there a bucket?
Make a perception check.
Okay, that is a 20-something. Is a real natural 18.
You hop down off of the bar, and below you do see a couple of buckets. One's empty, and the other one is about half full of what looks to be dirty water.
Okay. Gonna just start, like... Well, this guy's bar's kind of fucked, so I'm gonna, like, pour, like, any of the non-alcoholic stuff behind his bar into the bucket and also throw it on the fire, too.
Right. So you kind of pour what you can in there, grab the bucket, and start into there. It's a bit of a fight, but Merrick is helping with his extinguished flame from it spreading too quickly. Torque, is there anything you wanted to do in the back?
Is there anything that immediately catches his interest, either with a passive investigation of 10 or a passive perception of 15?
Mostly, it was mostly pretty, just a lot of storage stuff, cleaning supplies, things like that. You do notice that the window on the bottom of the map is open.
Okay. I'll go over there and just kind of like give it a glance, see if I notice anything weird over there.
You go over to the window, make a perception check.
Let's go ahead and use my fancy dice. 17?
17. You get over to the window, and you kind of look around it. The seal seems fine. Fire didn't reach into this room, so there's no damage. And it's kind of one of those windows that kind of opens out this way, so you kind of stick your head out, look around a little bit. You don't see anything. Just seems to lead into a kind of like a back wooded area.
Okay, with that, I'll just, shrug, take my head back in, and start walking back out towards everyone else.
All right. And then Shioran, You did your water wall. That is currently up, but it's only helping so much.
The water wall is not a concentration. It just activates and...
Oh, it's just gone?
Wait, hold on. Is it concentration?
Pretty sure
It
it's
is concentration.
Yep.
I don't suppose I could move it.
But if it doesn't say so in the spell...
I don't think it does. Vanishes when the spell ends. If I, would I be able to, like, release it and let the water flood the area?
I'd say sure.
Okay.
You can kind of douse some of the area.
Yeah, I'm going to continue moving that way, like, jump over the bar and, like, attempt to douse more of the area with it.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that kind of stuff now. Yeah. It's just because everyone's now on a fire. It's more like what you want to try to do to try to put out the fire.
Yeah. And when I do get in there, I want to use the geyser on the
okay,
decanter.
Yeah, so you pull out the bottle again, just pop it off again, start spraying.
And I'm going to avoid everyone who's in there because I don't need to put Merrick out.
Yeah, and then for, I guess, like for brevity's sake, you guys together are able to put out the rest of the flames.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bar is now completely put out, but it is heavily damaged. There are scorch marks and burn marks all over the place. Tables are burned. Rooms are almost burnt to a crisp. The kitchen is a mess with both scorch marks and water damage everywhere. It takes you guys about another 5 or 10 minutes to get everything doused and out and everything. The bartender just kind of like is leaning against the bar. Oh, man, this is gonna take forever to clean up and rebuild.
I hope you're insured.
The hell's insurance?
Sounds about right. I've seen worse.
Well, we do have some favors to call in, and there's some magic people in here in the town that should be able to help.
Did you?
Torp will just kind of walk over, look down.
Apprentice training, mend.
Yeah, we have some spell rights in town. I think we should be able to. It is Arconics.
I think I can help a little bit. I know how to cast Mend as well. I got a question for you though. These elementals, they said they were summoned to burn your bar down. Did you piss anyone off recently?
I mean, I don't know. Kicked a few people out of the bar. They got a little too rowdy, a little too drunk. Wouldn't say they'd be enough to create enemies necessarily.
You have any new competition?
No, it's a pretty small town. I mean, we're the biggest place for drinks and whatnot. I'm not sure who would want to do that. Unfortunately, I'm not sure.
Do you know anyone who specializes in summoning?
Probably about half the people that...
Yeah, Kale's looking at Ada.
Ada's just asleep.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Probably about half the people that reside up in the mage towers. I mean, there's countless of suspects. As any one of them could be strong enough to summon elementals.
For reference, Ada snores like a fully grown man. Yeah.
Is your friend gonna be okay? Looking at Torque as he's just half burnt to a crisp.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and give him some healing.
Underneath my scales, you can see the flesh, having bubbled up from multiple, intense burns and all of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do cure
magic.
Cure wounds at 2nd level.
Healing Aloe.
That's 2d8 plus 3, and another d. What was it again?
You doing anything, Merrick?
I have no way to heal anybody, so I'm just gonna double check, make sure everything's good to go. We got all the people out, right?
Yeah, there's a few people that you can see starting to kind of like crowd around outside, wondering what's going on, and see if the place is still safe. But
I'm gonna walk around and check the structural stability of where like the main fires were burning.
I'm still
make an investigation check.
I'm still shining, by the way, with my starry form. So another D8.
Corky heals 17 for me.
20 to 2. 6. I hate and love what it does at the same
Alright,
time.
that's 5. 13, 16.
Everything seems
plus
sound
6,
to you.
20,
Noted.
16, 22. 22 points of healing for Torque.
All right, so yeah, you kind of lay your hands onto Torque, and some of the wounds start to close up. Some of the bubbling skin starts to smooth out a little bit.
Delicately, because, burns.
Yeah, it's not a fun feeling, but Torque is just kind of like experiencing it as the nerves under the skin are starting to get reactivated. It's like, oh yeah, that still hurts. But slowly processing, healing his wounds a little bit, getting rid of some of the worst ones. But yeah, Torque's still pretty injured.
Basically healing his body, Torque's gonna look at his own hands and see them like absolutely burned all the shit.
You did a good job keeping them from the citizens.
He blinks.
Okay. Where'd Cat go?
He left.
Torque will stand up and make towards the door.
As you are walking towards the front door, the light from outside is eclipsed by a figure that kind of stands in the doorway. Tall, very finely robed individual, bald head, with golden eyes, as he steps in front and kind of is surveying and sees you coming towards him. And you see, as you get closer, Torque, that there are a number of individuals along behind him. And he looks around a little bit. It's like, we heard there was some sort of incident here. Is everyone okay? You look quite injured.
Be fine. Need find Cat.
Please sit down. My assistants here can help you. He kind of points behind him, and you see a couple of robed individuals start to walk into the room. And as they're coming over to attend to you, one of them kind of like gasps and like and points towards Ada in the chairs. She okay?
Yeah, I think that.
No, she's dead.
Oh no!
Sheeran looks at him.
She's fine.
Oh, okay. She looks
She's
burned.
snoring. How can you? Okay.
Look goes over just like because she just looks like a torched old lady in a chair.
The chair breaks.
Too torched.
Yeah, she was snoring, so obviously.
Well, it was when I was quiet for a second, and then I snored.
Yeah, she's
She
just
goes
asleep.
over. And one of the individuals kind of like gently like takes you, Torque, and goes to attempt to sit you into a chair.
You know how it is at that age. All that wisdom makes it hard for you to stay awake sometimes.
All right.
He allows it.
sits you down and begins casting some spells, which continues to kind of heal your wounds and whatnot. And I don't know if you wake up to this, but there is a individual above you that is it's kind of like healing some of the burns on your arms and face.
Okay, so like I'm laying there and I'm going to like hold on to my walking stick and just like bonk him. Be like, get back!
Ow! Ow! I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to help.
And like look around me like squint at him, put my glasses back on my face, and be like, oh, hello.
You, Sharon, you see the bartender kind of like stand up from behind the bar as he's trying to organize some things, and sees the individuals in the bar, and sees the bald man in the back that's still kind of standing by the door. Just, Sir Atratic, thank you for coming. I wasn't expecting you to come personally. And he sees the bartender and walks past, kind of like surveying some of the damage around. And we got a report quickly by one of the individuals that there was a report of summoned fire elementals in the quill. He kind of glances at you as you confirm. Triton, half-elf, lizard man. Kind of like glances in the back. Genasi. Okay, you are the individuals I was hearing about. Got you. My niece kind of like reaches in his cloak and kind of pulls out a letter. Gave me this from someone shouldn't be around, saying it was a letter of introduction for the lot of you. And before I can even come to say anything to all of you, you are now involved in an incident of almost a burned down tavern.
We did what we could to stop it.
I can tell that. And kind of looks to the tavern. Grover,
As he looks
are
at
you okay?
As he looks at the floor covered in water.
Yeah. He looks at the bartender and says, Grover, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. Most of the patronage was able to escape. These people helped the ones that were trapped. The worst of the damage is to them and those things seem to be able to be mended, unfortunately enough. Good. Well, my mage rights are here. They should be able to help you with what you need. Get things in order. At least repair some of the damage for now, and we can work out the rest of it. The rest of you kind of looks around. I was going to come here intentionally tomorrow to speak to all of you, but it seems that fortuitous meetings and all that. If the lot of you are not too marred, as he looks over as the mages are still working on the heavy damage on Torque, I would like to talk to all of you.
Of course.
Yeah, probably a place that's not so busy.
Well, of course not. You'll accompany me back to the mansion, and we can speak there. We can get you some food, you can rest, heal your wounds, and then after dinner, we can talk. How does that sound to all of you?
Sounds good to me.
And proper introductions are in order here. My name is Raul Yartarnik, and I am the mayor of this town. And you've already met my niece, Peronel. She was the proctor at the test for dear halfling friend over here.
Shioran, suddenly remembering Ada's words, suddenly glares at him a little bit. Insight check.
Sure.
Well, that's a bad insight check. 9?
On brand for Sharon, though.
He seems forthright. But is definitely, you definitely tell he has a calculating eye to him.
Not glares, but, narrows eyes. Like,
yep.
Well, I'm Kalen.
Well met.
From Zilspar.
Philspar. I've not heard of that.
It's a long ways away.
Understandable.
We've covered quite a distance.
I can imagine so. It's been probably a long trip. Let's get you
Yes,
all
I brought them
settled.
very far.
Yes, I heard you were a catalyst of them appearing here in quite the
course.
spectacular fashion.
Well, when you call a dog, the whole family comes.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm gonna whistle.
And
I'm pretty sure Ainsley GTFO'd when the fire elementals came. So
you hear kind of like a scratching of claw on wood, and he comes bounding up from one of the tables.
who's a good boy?
And you see Arolo just kind of like looks up, not quite like afraid. He's just more like mangy mutt type of look. Doesn't say it, but you can just kind of get that look from him. And but then turns and let's get all of you out of here and settled. We'll get out of the way of my Magrites. And he looks to the ones that aren't currently working on Torque, and the other ones go about and they start. You can see them start to pull out wands and staves, and they start to kind of like cast spells that are starting to work on some of the damage. It's not a quick process, but they're doing faster than by hand.
Faster than by mending, I guess.
Yeah, and then he
Quick
starts.
question.
Mm-hmm.
With a passive insight of 15, what's the general disposition of the ones that are healing Torque?
Honestly, like caring, like they're like, how did this happen? Are you okay?
He kept the.
Are we,
Okay.
or am I fully healed?
Yeah, they got you fully healed.
He kept the one of the elementals' attention while some people escaped.
Well, that is quite honorable. I will say I did not expect that from what I've heard of lizard folk. From Droem, I imagine.
Jerome, yes.
Droem.
We're
Yes.
pragmatic, mostly.
Understandable. Well, if you are well enough, please follow me. He'll
Going to, like, kind of catch up to Shioran. And be like, Shannon.
Shioran.
Yes. And I'm just gonna kind of like look up at her and be like, a man who doesn't like a dog should not be trusted.
I've heard that before,
And then I'm gonna
actually.
keep walking. Then I'm gonna keep walking.
as he exits, two of his Magrites follow him. It's kind of like an escort a little bit. And he starts to lead you, if everyone follows, he starts to lead you out away from the quill, and then around and through some of the town. And a number of people stop to wave and say hello to Raulo as he passes, and it takes you about 10 or so minutes to get to your destination, and it is a not resplendent by any means, but a larger home than a lot of the other people in this farming village. He definitely lives in a little bit more comfort than the average person here. And he opens up the doors himself, and leads you all inside. Nice foyer area that leads to a stairway that leads up to a second floor, but it's about a second floor is about all he's got. And then he leads you over to the right, opens a door there, and leads you into a large kind of sitting room where he kind of gestures for you all to sit. And says, I will bring refreshments and food, and we will get you some clean clothes and less burned things for the time being, for the ones that need it, and we'll provide if anyone has, because fortunately a lot of clothing, armor survived the conflagration, but a lot of clothes were pretty damaged for those who were on fire for more than a round.
How much of Torque's loincloth survived?
Not much. Torque is pretty bare at this point.
Good to know.
I would have.
Torque has not given a single mind to it.
I'd probably give
And-
him like some pants or something.
Yeah, they provide clothing, and a couple of people come in with trays of food and kind of snacks. Whew, excuse me. And also refreshments, nice cool water to drink. It's a nice refreshing after the heat in the from the tavern. And about 15-20 minutes later, after that's all been provided, he comes in and sits down at one side of one of the seating areas with his own drink and sits down. So, and he looks directly at you, Merrick. This letter, is it truly from who it says it's from?
Merrick?
Merrick!
While we
Oh
wait,
no, we've lost him.
I do not eat or drink anything.
Okay. Go check real quick. He just passed out on the couch.
So you're not eating anything.
No.
You do not trust a man who does not like dogs. It is a rule.
True.
To reiterate, the mayor looks at you, Merrick, and says, "This letter that was provided, is it from who it says it is?"
Who does it say it's from? Sorry.
He's asking you if the letter that was provided to him. This is Raulo Irtranik, the mayor of the town. He's brought you to his mansion, and
Okay.
he was the one that was provided the letter from Paranel, the one that Vermilion gave.
Ah, yes. Indeed.
That is surprising. And you are...
What just
My laptop
Oh.
slipped out of my hand. It's all right. It only fell like 2 inches. I'll shake his hand. I'm Merrick, acquaintance, relative of sorts to sender of the letter.
Well, that does intrigue me. He states in here that you are all here for research of some kind. Is this true? He doesn't mention what kind of research. Would if you mind
Quick
elaborating?
question while this is going on.
Mhm.
Torque would probably have been sitting off in kind of a corner. Could he semi-discreetly cast Detect Evil and Good?
Make a sleight of hand for me.
No, he cannot.
Hmm.
A 7.
So you kind of are casting a spell, and you're not used to doing it, and so it's kind of a little bit more deliberate than you intend. And he doesn't stop you, but you do notice him very obviously clock what you're doing as he's listening to whoever answers his question about
Okay.
to elaborate on the intention. Good and evil.
Merrick doesn't directly answer either. He just kind of like looks at everybody to see if they're all cool with saying what we're here for.
Are there any servants or anything in the room, or
Not currently. It's just the 5 of you and him. And then you do not sense any aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead in the room.
Just
Other
like a
than
very, very
Other
small
than-
tinge.
Other than the
and
ones that
Merrick and
registers
Gale,
on.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other
Good
than
enough,
us
good enough.
two,
Which that would be your first time noticing that.
3.
That would. I kind of had
You're
the
like-
I had gotten hints a few times before in casual conversation, but never confirmed. So this is confirmation on Torque's end.
Yep.
Vroom vroom.
Torque will actually kind of surprisedly exclaim, "Dead," as he looks to the three of them.
Sharon stiffens.
I'm gonna look at him and be like, I'm not dead yet.
The mayor kind of looks around. You're studying the dead? That's why you're here?
I don't know what he's saying, but
And
He yeah.
Ancestors. Yours in particular, or someone else's?
not sure.
Anyone else that might be able to speak in more fluent common?
we have a few things that we're here for. And I look at Merrick like, is this okay to talk about?
He kind of looks back like, I don't know this guy. I just do like a quick general insight to kind of get like the air of this dude.
Sure.
We're so
22.
sketched out of everyone now.
We've been wronged every turn.
Well,
22.
Sharon's trying to be a little
Um,
more suspicious.
He's definitely a calculated individual. Doesn't seem overtly like malicious or anything, but his eyes are piercing. They're very noticeable gold color. Not quite like glowing or shining, but they are very like goldish yellow. And
this is the dude that Vermilion's letter was to.
correct.
Merrick will look back to Sharon and kind of give like a confirming nod, like, yeah, I think we can trust this guy.
We want to look into the dragon prophecies.
The Draconic Prophecy, that is quite the subject to study.
Mm-hmm.
This would be the place to study it, if anything.
Specifically, the signs of what to look for.
Understandable. Well, we do have the means to do, if you are knowledgeable enough, and we can provide assistance to ones that can provide assistance of their own. There is a if the lot of you are all up for it, there's an event coming up in the next week that is it's a famous event around here at the very least. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of it, but it is the Trial of the Ninefold.
Would we have
And-
heard of that?
History check.
Let's see. Let me check. Ada can make a history check, and Kaylin can make a history check. Sure, and you can make one too.
Oh,
I was gonna say
Okay.
it's kind of close to the demon waste. It's not super far.
well, that's a good
Not-
history
not-
check.
It's not that.
Not as good as mine is.
With my
It's
plus
Mine
more
was a
more.
7.
You've been in isolation your whole life, so
with my +1, that's a 19.
Mine's a 17.
17.
Hold on, mine is a 21.
sorry, Trials of the Ninefold Path. Yes, so the three of you do know of this. It is a the most promising students from across Corvair usually come to study two Arcanics. The students from Corvair, Kyre, and Ondair work together to win honor in the Trials of the Ninefold Path, known to students simply as the Nine. This contest pits students of the 8 traditions against one another in a series of arcane challenges, along with a 9th bracket for those who have yet to select their tradition. Teamwork, independence, memorization, invocation, innovation. The 9 challenges competitors on many levels, and the finest wizards of Galifar were invariably champions of the 9. And this was back before the war, and it hasn't really been a thing since the war. Raulo kind of explains that a little bit and states that this is the first time that this tournament has been held since the war ended, and it is going to be a dangerous event. Wizards and spellcasters from every region are going to be invited here to participate, and tensions are high, as you all might assume, between the nations. So where this is intended to be an event of cooperation and showing that peace can reign even after such a terrible, terrible century of war. But there are people that are going to strive to use this to their advantage and spark the old rivalries. And I need as many capable people as possible participating in keeping things at bay. Essentially working security, in as simple a term as that sounds. If I do provide the necessary resources for the lot of you to all study what you would like to figure out whatever it is you're looking for in the Draconic Prophecy, I would ask that you all provide a service to me and help keep my school safe.
Kale's gonna kind of like subconsciously grasp his holy symbol.
Yes.
And with that, well, how fortunate we showed up when we did.
Well,
Yes, all thanks to me.
you all do apparently study the Draconic Prophecy, so it seems you shouldn't be surprised by things turning out fortuitously, in the sense of fate. And I will also say, I did receive the report on your test, Ada, and I would say that what you presented was quite acceptable, and if you would still like to seek entrance into the school, I would be willing to allow such a thing. I will put my word in towards the Arcane Council. I'd even be willing to sponsor you as one of the competitors, if you so choose.
Well, Mr. Rattle, I am here. Sorry. I couldn't think of what to call him. That's the best I could come up with.
Rattle.
Yeah, Mr. Rattle instead of Raoul. I am here for my own reasons, of course. But I shall work security, if these guys are, and I'll get my information that way first, or try to that way first, and if not, then I will go in to the university.
You kind of look to the rest of you.
I'm all right with that.
Torkel raise his claw in like a 1 minute kind of thing, like, can I have your attention?
Yes.
Let me confirm a name very quickly.
Mhm.
Do you have copies of grandfather full when Theralay's notes?
This is kind of cocks his head. I am personally not familiar with the name, but we do have quite the collection of journals of this man or woman was uh, a a spell right of any renown. Then we very well might have some of their writings.
Studied here long ago.
I could definitely put an inquisition in to see if we have any of their writings. But again, my help hinges on a bit of cooperation. Shion, you state you are okay with this arrangement?
Mm-hmm.
What about the rest of you?
I'm fine with that.
So am I.
Good to know. And Torkrana, as they said it was, correct?
Torque is fine.
Torque. Well, with that, I should say that things should be settled. You all rest here in my house tonight. Heal your wounds, gather your strength. Tomorrow, we will set off for my tower, and we can get you all settled up there and start working on giving you the tour, essentially. You'll want to know the area, know the different facilities, and we will give you also means to travel between the floating towers, so that all of you have access where you need. But do understand that there are a number of places in said towers that are off limits to everyone but the main staff, even to security. Your job is to keep people out of these places, not go in them yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I will show you where you are able to access the writing material and the reading material that we have here for your own study. And I will also grant you access to any of the sky viewing towers that we have, in case you need anything, any information from the stars themselves, as I have heard that is one of the key ways people investigate into the Draconic Prophecy.
Shioran's interested in this one.
But the School of Arcanics will be at your disposal. As I said, the Trials of the Ninefold Path will start in about a week. Members will start arriving sooner than that. I'd say the first should be arriving here in about 3 days. From there, your job will begin, as you'll be needing to keep an eye on these individuals, making sure they're not trekking around where they should not be. And obviously, it will not just be the 5 of you, it will be a number of others. But, yes. Is there any questions any of you have?
I don't have any.
Understood.
Is there any sort of enchantment workshop that we would have access to, potentially?
I could work that in, yes. You'll have to work with your own resources, but at the very least we can facilitate the proper workspace.
That would be fine.
Well, if there is no other questions, then please, my assistant here, kind of looked at the door and snap his finger a couple of times, and a woman dressed in fine clothing, half elf, blonde hair, braided, very neatly hair that kind of comes over one shoulder. Yes, sir. Would you please show all of these individuals to the guest bedrooms and make sure that they have what refreshments and cleaning materials they need to bathe and get themselves refreshed? And just nods. I have other business to attend to. It was a pleasure meeting you all.
Understand?
It's a bit
Thank you.
odd, but if this does have anything to do with this prophecy, I'd be interested to see how it turns out. I will be glad to have you all around for this event.
Well, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
And he'll stand up and do a very polite bow, and then will head out of the room in a very, very well posture and holding himself upright, but not in like a necessarily cocky way. It's just that you can tell that he's very used to having himself being presented quite formally, and he exits the room, and the half elf kind of bows and gestures to a lot of you upstairs. As long as all of you follow, she leads you upstairs and around the corner and into a long hallway where there are a number of doors. And she presents you each to one, and they're decently sized rooms that accommodate all of you. There's large, nice kind of like queen-sized beds to each room. There's a wardrobe there that you can use to hang up your clothing. And there she directs you also to the other side of the hallway where there are 3 washrooms that are for use for all of you to use to clean up and refresh yourselves as needed. And once you're all kind of settled and figure out as you guys are kind of settled in for the night, just something you wanted to say, Edith?
Yes. I assume that I have somewhere I was staying since I've been here a while, right?
Yeah, you were staying at the Quill.
Oh, I was? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Okay, I guess I'm still here.
Shioran would like to see if she could get someone to help her tend to her hair in the bath because
Oh, I'll do it.
Okay. Because leaving it burnt does not sit well with her.
As you guys refresh yourselves, there's no sense of danger here. It's a bit of a different pace, but this place is definitely amazing. And the what you've seen so far here is both exciting but also disconcerting, as there is no information on where these flame elementals came from.
I can add a little bit of insight to that before everybody goes to bed. They themselves were not aware of who summoned them. Just that they had an order to burn the place down.
Sounds like people are getting frisky already.
And with how they acted, it almost seemed like they weren't necessarily in control of that either.
Do you think this might have something to do with the 9 paths thing?
If there are indeed other schools that would use it selfishly, probably.
Yeah, it's a definite possibility. We'd have to find out if there's been any early arrivals.
Good point.
But, or maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see if anyone has a history.
Or perhaps just see if anybody who is coming is an expert summoner as their specialty.
Well, you're an expert summoner.
Of course, but I didn't set myself on fire.
Yeah, weren't you staying there anyway? So
Yes, I did not burn down my room on purpose. Personally, I'm not a fan of sleeping on the street.
I understand that.
The park is a little more comfortable.
Yes, I prefer the forest myself.
Been there.
I'm like, Shauna, or Shauna, Shannon.
Shioran,
She gets it right and then corrects herself incorrectly.
you got it right the first time.
Oh yes, yes. I'm afraid we're gonna have to chop some of this off. I'll keep as much as I can.
Insight check.
The singe.
Go
My
for
hair
it.
is really long too, but yeah, you can insight check me.
Oh, that's a good one. That's 18 plus 7, 25, I think.
Okay, let me just roll to see something. 1 second. Okay, let's see. Okay. You can't really tell.
I can't really.
Because I rolled higher than you.
Well,
She seems truthful.
let's try to.
Also, while all of you have been talking, Torque has been kind of just sitting still by himself and definitely in a contemplative pose.
Let's try to.
This is the least attentive to all of you that you've ever seen Torque.
Merrick will walk up to him and just be like, "Do you have any questions?"
Grandfather said he was important here, but Bald doesn't know him.
Yeah, well, there's two ways you could look at that. Either he was so important, his work is meant to be covered and act like he's not known, or he talked himself up to the point where he thought his work was greater than it was.
Or the
Not
bald guy's an idiot. Either
that
one.
too, but magic practitioners, it's not uncommon for them to boast about their abilities.
Torque just kind of scratches at his cheek and part of his scales fall off from having been burned.
I'll just put in like 3 more first level cure wounds.
I think you're getting your hair cut, aren't you?
Yep.
Well, Ada just talked to him, so I assumed we were still there.
Oh, yeah, true.
I don't know.
I was just gonna sit down and do your hair like immediately, like just wherever we were.
Okay.
Well, I am just gonna like cut off all the singed parts first and then even it out.
Mm.
So like I'm gonna try to keep as much length as I can.
So between the hair you lost through the fire and the hair that she has to chop off, you probably lost. Like, I'm not sure how long you had your hair.
I'm
but-
5 feet, and it's slightly built longer than she is, so about 5 foot. I don't know, 1-2 inches.
All right. So you probably lost a good 5 or 6 inches between what was burnt and what was cut off.
I would.
It's a bit shorter.
I would definitely get it wet before she does anything, so that it's not as hard to deal with the
Well, yeah.
frizziness.
Well, I mean, if your hair is normally frizzy, it might be better to keep it that way. You know, curly cut method and everything. I have curly hair myself. I know how to deal with it.
Right. Oh,
Because if you have curly hair, you don't cut it straight. You cut it curly.
true. So then she probably wouldn't do that. I'm pretty sure she learned this stuff from her time.
Yeah, you definitely.
Mhm.
Anything
Sure.
else?
Do you have any questions about us?
Who are you talking to?
To Torque.
Mistress is revived, but still dead.
Yes, but no. We are very much alive. I bleed.
my soul is dimmer, but we're still alive, mostly.
There's been some adjustment,
Mm-hmm.
but I pull out my holy symbol.
Wait, you're dead?
No, not right now.
No,
Twice over, actually.
Twice over dead. Well, you beat me out on that one.
yeah, we're trying to avoid.
But I'm
you know,
creeping up.
This is my third life, and I'm hoping third time's the charm.
Anyways, so I pull out my holy symbol, and I'm like, it took me a little bit of time to kind of get used to it, but this still works, so it can't be all bad.
It's
Okay.
Nothing to stress yourself out over.
for you, Torque. It was the one of the sisters that brought us back. One of the reasons I want to learn more about them.
You have sisters.
I do. Well, I have one sister.
Oh, how delightful.
She's
Hold
real
on, how
good
many
with
do I
animals.
Think I had 20 siblings.
20.
I was raised in an orphanage.
Oh, yes, that makes more sense. 20 is quite a lot for one person.
It's a Harangon family.
Yeah, a lot of children.
A lot of rabbits. He was adopted into it. Didn't you know? Kale has learned how to jump really high.
30.
I've seen it.
You're part rabbit. I could see it.
32. It's a lot of siblings.
I also have 2 brothers.
No, wait. Hatch made. Clutch made 3.
It's a lot more manageable.
I have 0.
That's just boring.
If we count this slave running ring that I was traded into, I was number 7.
You were a slave?
Many years ago.
Well, this conversation took a turn.
He lifts up his shoulder, or pulls down his cloak shoulder, and there, despite being a fire genasi, there is a permanent brand of the Roman numeral 7 in his shoulder.
Wow.
Well, they do say 7's a lucky number. Seems not for you personally, but
And my parents decided they needed wealth over a child.
I'm so sorry.
It's
Yeah.
okay. It has brought me to a better setting. Vermilion has been a wonderful father.
so what is a dragon prophecy?
We don't have time for that tonight. That is quite a bit of information.
You're gonna find that no one knows what it is, but everyone knows what it is at the same time.
You'll have to remind me to ask again. I probably won't remember.
Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Even if you don't remember when you find it out.
Ominous.
Speaking of,
I
Good night.
hate to sound ominous, but it's kind of our experience so far.
Well, good night then. And she's just gonna walk off.
Merrick will kind of nod his head to everybody. I'll see you all in the morning.
Yeah.
And he'll head into his own room.
All right.
I don't trust a man who doesn't like dogs, so I cast Leomund's tiny hut.
Okay. Cool.
Takes up the whole room.
Any more questions, Kale? I mean, not Kale.
Kale.
Yeah.
Do you have
Sorry.
any questions for yourself?
I ask myself questions all the
Kale.
time.
Torque.
Yeah, Twerk. Any more questions, Torque?
One.
And he'll kind of like hold out his hand, much less burned than before.
Is this strange?
And his fingernails will shoot up like 3 inches compared to what they're normally at, and then retract.
Is that not?
If it was me who did it, yes, but it's you who did it, so that's a no.
Is that not normal for you?
Never happened before. Also, this.
And he'll open his mouth, and the same thing will happen with his teeth.
So not before recently.
Huh? I would say it's a
no.
little strange then. Do you know what caused
yeah.
it? Is that thing in your arm?
How loud did you ask this question?
Me?
No, Torque.
Oh.
You know, average Torque speaking voice, so it's not exactly quiet, but it's not exactly loud.
Merrick will peek his head outside the door because he probably didn't get all the way in his room before you asked it. Is that because of your thing that Vermilion helped you with?
No. Happened in forest.
That's
You just hear like a giant snore. Even like through Leomund's tiny hut, you hear it. It's like it amplifies the sound of only that.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic on Torque to see if anything goes off with his claws and teeth.
They do give off a faint magical aura of kind of a transmutation aura.
Well, whatever it is giving off a transmutation classification of magic.
well, we're in the best place to figure out what kind of magic that is and who's casting it. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, but please let us know if you're having any more issues.
Torque will take the Velociraptor pose and just mutter to himself
Evolution.
Could be.
before
be.
standing up and walking out.
I should speak to him more in Draconic.
That's enough fun for the day. I think I will head to bed now.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, good night, Merrick.
Good night, Kale. Good night, Sharon.
Good night.
And then he'll kind of yell a little bit down the hall. Good night, Torque.
Torque just walking down the hallway, still in the pose.
You doing alright, Sharon?
Mm-hmm.
Your hair looks good.
Oh, thank you. I was a little worried about it.
I'm a little worried. But let's be honest here. You had quite a bit to spare.
You're not wrong. She says, kind of looking over her shoulder at whatever's down left of it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Have you noticed that we seem to attract violence?
Yeah. Yeah, we do. Hopefully that ends eventually.
Well, I hope this is just a coincidence and people are just misbehaving.
Yes, that
It's
would be
just-
very
it's just-
nice.
Things just kind of get weird when you start like attaching the word prophecy to everything. You know?
I'm not a fan of prophecy. Alright. I am tired, so I'm gonna go ahead and get some sleep.
Yep.
She's gonna lean up and kiss him on the cheek, and then head off to her room.
I'm gonna do the same.
All right. You all go to your respective rooms, get comfortable. They are very comfortable beds.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit in a strange place, but interesting things considering for the future. People have their own inquiries to look into this place of immense magical knowledge, and that through your duties and your time here, you might come across some very interesting secrets. And might be some ones you didn't know you're looking for. But as you guys go to rest, and we'll come back to this in a week to see what happens in the town of Arconix and the coming of the Trials of the Ninefold Bath tournament.
Because I have to throw it in there because it's Merrick Flair. He prestidigitations his pillow so it's warm, and then he folds up his blanket so it only takes up 2 cubic feet, and then he uses prestidigitation 2 more times to warm the blanket so that he is full, like, super hot heat for a regular person, like going to bed, because it lasts an hour, so that's long enough for him to pass out.
Thanks for that idea.
It's a goodie.
Wouldn't
All
think
right.
Kale would want to go to bed super warm. You might want to
No,
go
I
cold.
have another fire aspect of character in a different D&D campaign.
Oh, okay.
It also works for people who like cold or pillows. You know, you can. I think it says
Yeah.
you can cool something too.
I believe so, yeah.
You can chill or warm. So people that like cold pillows, you can cool a pillow.
All right. And with that, I believe we're ending the stream, correct?
Correct.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, go ahead and give me the that follow. And if you're watching this on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell. It all helps.
Feed the algorithm,
Yes, feed the algorithm.
please.
We will be back, barring any issues, on Friday, same time, 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I will be back on 6 o'clock on Monday, 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, to continue playing Persona 4 Golden.
Same bad times, same bad channel.
Yes, feed the algorithm, Otaku Girl. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Yes, Persona. All right. Anyone have a preference of raid?
Let's see who is streaming.
I have
I got no
someone who has their birthday stream going.
Birthday
They're currently
stream
playing
sounds
Dead by
good.
Daylight.
All right. That sounds like a good idea. Who are we looking at?
Posted in the chat.
Zestea. All right.
And as for name for the episode, Burning Questions.
I like it.
Burning
Yep.
questions.
That's a winner.
Hottest customers in
Burning
town doesn't
questions.
work as well.
burning questions and heated answers.
That does sound pretty good. Burning questions, heated answers. I'll probably take that.
Love it.
All right. /raid. All right. The raid has begun. Everyone have a good night, day, whatever time you're watching this, and we'll see you in the next stream. Bye-bye.
To everybody.
I got 3 seconds to wait until I can raid.
Goodbye.
There we go. And we have raided.
We done did it.
We done did it. Oh, I need to stop
Done did it.
recording streaming.